And in Africa, record shows that about 9 out of 10 workers work in the informal sector. And if you look at what we have in most African settings, most of the policies are geared towards the formal sector. And the informal sectors are excluded from most of the policy that African are exhibiting. So, and that is why we are looking at this critical topic this morning. We have the welder, we have the tailors, we have the drivers, we have the farmers. They are all informal sectors. But are they taken care of when it comes to housing provision? So we need to deal with this topic this morning. And we have some of our outstanding CEOs that are here to tackle this topic in our fireside chat this morning. So on that note, you permit me to call the following people to come to the stage as we handle this topic. First, permit me to call Mr. Sani Yakubu, the National Coordinator of MBRIF, as one of the discussants this morning. Thank you very much. We also have one of our foremost developers who has done a great job in Abuja, in Enugu, and in most parts of the north. And he was the former president of the Redon. So join me to invite Dr. Ugochukwu Chime, the Group Managing Director of Copen Group, to also join us. Also to join us this morning is Professor Biodun Adedipe, the Chief Consultant of B. Adedipe and Associates. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes to the podium. Also to join us this morning in this discussion is Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, the CEO of FIPAN. So let's put our hands together as he comes to the stage. And the man that will be in charge of the proceeding, who will be moderating this section this morning, is the former president of Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria and the CEO, Greenstem Group, Mr. Adeniyi Akinlusi. He will be the moderator this morning. Please, let's put our hands together as he comes to the stage. On that note, permit me to hand over the microphone to Mr. Akinlusi to take over the proceeding. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are happy to be here to talk about the informal sector, informality in housing. It is very, very critical, and that is why we have what I will call A-listers on the podium to discuss with us, to share ideas on informality. How do we take care of this? Apart from the issue of the fact that all over Africa, 70% of our populations are engaged in the informal sector. That's employment. But when we are talking about informality now, in terms of housing, we are talking about informal settlements. Sometimes these are areas where people, because there is no provision for housing for them, they have to help themselves. Some of the areas you see in Abuja, outside Abuja, in Lagos, because there is no provision for housing, people have to be housed. And you also realize that a lot of these people, some of them actually work they're in other areas of employment. For instance, there are people who also work for the High and Mighty. These High and Mighties, they are housed in Maitama, they are housed in Ikoyi, Banana Island, and all the other areas. So some of these people, there is no provision for them where they live. So they must find a way to take care of themselves. That's what we've been talking about since Monday when the program started. And that's why we are going to be diving deeper into this area. Across Africa, over 51 million of our people are in informal housing. When you talk about informal settlements, what comes to mind? No infrastructure, slumming, informal titles that cannot be, if you go to the government offices, it cannot be vetted. There is no approved housing plans. You often see government coming to demolish such housing because one, title is informal. You cannot determine who owns it. It's not in the register. The approval, the plans, the houses they built were not approved. There is no infrastructure, no water, no sewage. A lot of things are wrong. And that is why there is no better time than today for us to talk about this informality in housing. What do we do about this? So on that is to provide a background to what we'll be discussing today. So I'll take my seat now and I'll now engage our very experienced and knowledgeable discussants. Thank you.
It's not coming on. Switch this one off. Switch this off.
Okay, all right, thank you.
This one is good.
Can you try it? It's different. It has no button
I'll
here.
start with, okay.
Okay.
So I'll start with Asani Yakubu. He's on the extreme left. Can Africa solve the housing crisis without solving informality? Please, I want him to give us his thoughts on this, his ideas, what the issues are, and just defining what the problem is. And in all his years of experience, attempt, because he's been privileged to have worked in quite a number of national institutions, and also presently involved with MREF on trying to see how do we reduce the housing gap in Nigeria, the housing deficit. And of course, informal housing is part of the issues. So at this point, I'll yield to Mr. Yakubu to give us his thoughts on this. Thank you. Architect Yakubu.
All right. Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to be here. I'm humbled by the opportunity to be part of this impressive group of very, very erudite Nigerians. Does the problem exist? Yes, it does. We look at the typical solution to housing challenges that come from the business schools of the West. And what they teach us is that we need certain elements to exist before a mortgage, a housing loan, or any such facility is granted. And the elements they look at include affordability, risk, and the stability in the income streams that come. So financial institutions are constantly looking for all of this. Now, while this is the case, we need to step back and ask ourselves, has there always been a housing problem in Africa? Step back 100 years, for example, and you'll find in many African communities, there's always a place in the village center, in the urban center, where strangers can actually sit and wait for people to come in and say to them, can you come and stay in my house? Okay, so fast forward 100 years, you find that certain dynamics have caused things to change. What are these dynamics? Industrialization has caused people to gather more in city centers. The Internet of Things has caused working and commerce patterns to change very, very seriously. Now we have the artificial intelligence supported by the Internet of Things that is causing life to change in a way that, okay, most things and most gadgets we use are now smaller, but people are living in greater concentration in cities. So Africa's population is also impacted by all of these factors. And I'll humor us a little by, quoting what some analysts say. They say when there's economic challenge, certain things are very characteristic of the environment. Religion is at the top, and the birth rate is next. And there's a third factor, but I'll just stay with this two for now. So it's true, things are not so good economically and financially in Africa, but the population is definitely steadily growing. Now, where does this stability in income, this sustainability in terms of risk and risk factors, how does it get achieved in a situation where 90% of the population is involved in either trade or agriculture? So definitely we've established that this problem exists. Now, what are the examples in other climes where these same types of problems have been dealt with? India and a lot of Asian countries have gone very far in bringing the private sector population, into a net that is provided for. Europe and America have also gone far in being able to tackle this problem. What have they used? What methods, have they tried? My experience shows that even in the successful African countries, Morocco is a typical example, there are certain common variables. What are these common variables? One, private capital is the sustainable capital that can provide for housing. You need to drag in private capital. To do so, you need to de-risk the value chains involved. You need to de-risk the transaction chains. And you need to provide policy and financial support. So the first person to hit the ground to break the ice is definitely going to be government. Government must lead in terms of policy. Government must lead in terms of institutions that regulate and de-risk take-off points. What this shows is that the family homes funds of today, FHA of today, NMRC of today, state housing corporations, the Securities Exchange Commission, all of these must have a way of networking and cooperating to provide that initial de-risking that attracts private sector capital, because government funding alone cannot do it. Now, when you have government in play at the beginning, at the foundation, de-risking, how then do you create sustainability? You create sustainability by bringing into play institutions that can provide accountability, that can provide transparency, that can give private capital the sort of return that they are looking for. So you need to create institutions that can combine that support from government with what the private sector has to offer. And I give you an example. The Murphy Real Estate Investment Fund raised 250 billion with a support of 150 billion from government and 100 billion from banks, mortgage banks, so commercial banks, mortgage banks, insurance companies, and other financial institutions. So we can do an average cost base that allows us to do a 9.75% in the market for mortgages. Just an example. I believe that the Federal Mortgage Bank is also doing quite well in this regard. The problem is that the numbers we are doing do not compare favorably well with a population of 200 million people plus. Strengthening oversight institutions is extremely important. Even the private sector associations, such as the Mortgage Bankers Association, the REDAN, the Real Estate Development Association, the Association of Nigerian Builders, Asset Surveyors, and so on. These institutions have their contributory factors. So we need a system that can pull these elements together and make it work. Probably the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Housing, and the federal government has a key role to play at the beginning. But the private sector is the only channel through which sustainable long-term capital can come in to strengthen these areas. I'd like to stop here. I'm sure my colleagues also have lots to add to this. Unfortunately, I have a hard start at 11 o'clock, so I've pleaded for a little bit of time.
All right. Thank you very much for that contribution to kick off the conversation. We'll now go to Reverend Chime, the Group MD of Copan. Copan is the household name. He's also the former president of REDAN, Real Estate Developers of Nigeria. So, and we're talking about informal housing, informal settlements, formal housing. He has the experience in the field, and of course, he also has the knowledge as well.
Oh, thank you so much. Let me just give you a little perspective. In our societies before, it is the responsibility of society to be able to cater for the less privileged, and that should be given. And when government came in, government took over that responsibility, and that was what led to the establishment of institutions like housing development corporations in the 60s and 70s by various state governments, so they can be the ones that will get free land from government. The salaries of those who are working in those establishments were paid from the state budget. So they were supposed to utilize those subsidized overhead, free land, and other things to be able to provide housing. And that was what the basis of the Shagari housing we had in the 80s, and the housing that we had under Jakonde in Lagos in the 80s, and other state governments did the same thing. They were providing housing for the low-income earners and the informal sector of the economy. Fast forward to 1992, when the World Bank told us we should look at structural adjustment program, we embarked on privatization and commercialization of those social institutions. We removed them from the budget, and we made sure that they were non-profit centers that were supposed to remit revenue to government. This happened in 1992. In 2001, Adams Oshomole, as the president of Nigerian Labour Congress, revolted that there's no more safety net for the low-income earners and the average workers. And therefore, they are going to pull out from the National Housing Fund. And they are going to make things difficult for the government. And therefore, President Obasanjo, in response, set up the Peter Odele Committee, who submitted their paper, and then the white paper resulted in the creation of the Technical Board of Federal Mortgage Bank. Now, between that event of 24 years ago in 2002, a lot of things has happened negatively and positively. First was the fact that I was a consultant that we liaised with the state government of Taraba to be able to provide 500 housing units. The state government paid for 50% of those houses. They gave free land, they provided infrastructure, the fire service station and all the ancillary services were provided free at that place. The civil servants were given mortgage by Federal Mortgage Bank at 6% for 50% of those cost of those houses. As of today, I have gone last year to go and do a review of the salaries of the civil servants to see how it compared to the salaries at that time. That time, about 20-25% of the civil servants could qualify for 50% mortgage of those houses. The same set of houses today, less than 5% can qualify. The numbers have dropped drastically. So what we have as our core challenge is that while salaries are stagnating, cost of living is skyrocketing. I happen to be involved in one way or the other with some banking institutions, microfinance bank, PMBs. More than 80% of the civil servants have borrowed up to 75% of their salary for the next 2 years to pay rent, to pay school fees, and to feed their family. So the issue is this, just like he pointed out, government cannot provide the funding required to address this issue. I sit on the governing council of NECA. 75% of Nigerians are engaged, the workers are from the private sector, medium scale, small and medium scale enterprises. They are the informal sector, 75%. The second thing you need to look at in terms of data is the fact that government employs only 10% of our people. I don't want to look at the youth bulge. Unfortunately for all of us, government is not addressing the fundamental solutions to those issues. Two fundamental solutions. I agree and align myself with Sani Yakubu on the issue of de-risking the entrance of private capital because cash is a coward. And in the global economic system we have, if you don't give me the appropriate protection for my investment of finance into the economy, I can migrate that same fund to neighboring countries or to any other country. So that should be borne in mind. Therefore, there's a competition to make every country the destination of choice for capital. Our own economy, we are not aware of that by way of policies. So we have said so many times that, one, the average Nigerian is not as poor as we think. So many of them have dead capital in their villages and other places that could be used as point of collateral apart from their salary. But they are dead capital because they are not being captured into the formal land registration process. The second issue is the fact that we don't have data on where we have our need and where we can source our funds, and therefore create a roadmap, a pathway to make sure that these two factors can have a handshake and therefore provide the solution that we have. I'll give you a clear-cut example. Virtually across all the states today, land is being treated as revenue source, not as a tool to assist to provide shelter and housing. 4 years ago, the same issue had been raised. I remember in 2017, when I was with the Honorable Minister sitting here as the chairman of AIS, we were in the World Bank on the same issue. And there was they took a poll among all of us, the participants on that day. And what turned out was that the greatest challenge across the whole world, not Nigeria alone, to bring in the housing we need as a source of economic development was lack of political will. And it's on that basis that I say that the real culprit is not the government. The real culprit is us, who have not done what Oshiomhole did in 2002 to make government to look in the direction where they should be looking at. We have sat down passively and allowed our earnings to be depreciated, and inflation is skyrocketing at the cost of at the rate of 15% currently per annum. But salary is not meeting on the cost of living index. There's a huge gap. So my thinking is this: we must have to ask ourselves, do we have the data and we have the political will to make our leaders to have the political will to address the issue. Because they are there by virtue of our votes, whether at the subnational level and all of that. Permit me to say that 2 years ago, I was the chairman of the land reform, presidential land reform. We went around to all the governors and all of that to see what we can bring to their attention, the challenge that land administration is imposing on socioeconomic development generally across the country. I like to say that 90% of them were not interested in addressing the issue. When we brought up also the issue of the extant modern mortgage and foreclosure law, they are not implementing as a way to safeguard mortgages and the investment of those who are operating in the mortgage sector, they were equally not interested. And I'm saying it openly so as to draw their conscience, because the impact of it is that every development is on land. And how you are able to manage land and land administration will showcase how people will bring in their money. I'm happy that today, Murphy took the bull by the horn and said, no money unless there is a correct title. Because that way, they will not be endangered. Any other institution that have aligned themselves to the false concept of equitable mortgage is endangering that capital invested in that area. You must have to have legal mortgage, and every legal mortgage is predicated on certificate of occupancy and associated titles. Therefore, if you don't have the appropriate mechanism for approving and managing land in your jurisdiction, you have denied all those who are within that jurisdiction the capacity to access funds from MRIF. And I said it, and I'd like to still say it. We have things we can do. The DFIs, the loan finance institutions, whether it's Federal Mortgage Bank, Murphy, and all of that, must insist that they should stop endangering the capital investment into various jurisdictions and put it as a condition precedent for either construction loan or condition precedent for mortgage loan, that there should be a system that is transparent, that reduces transaction time and transaction costs on dealing with issues of land as a condition precedent for their investment in that area. That will help. And then to do a peer review mechanism of the data that have been gotten and is residing now in Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Corporation. They have data that we have organized before in the past under the auspices of Nigerian Real Estate Data Collection and Management Program, so as to show the ease of doing business in land transactions across the subnationals, so that people can have that data to be able to move in and assist our people to have the housing that we need. The future of housing and the housing of the future is dependent on appropriate land management. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Chima. Let's have a round of applause. Yes, earlier, I know Sonny will have to leave us now, right? Maybe before he leaves, just give us a closing remarks on the way forward. Just your thoughts, since you'll be exiting now. The passing shot.
So my thoughts are that it must be a collective effort in a system that works. Let me share very briefly with us my experience in Morocco. I happen to have had an opportunity to travel with the board of Family Homes Funds, and we spoke to the Moroccan authorities and asked them, how did this work? They set up a fund directly from the coffers of government by taxing specific import items. They then use this fund to provide guarantees to the financial institutions so that a bricklayer, a plumber, a lawyer, an architect, anyone whose income cannot be pinned down to a specific amount a month can have a guarantee to be able to borrow from a financial institution and pay according to his ability over 15, 20, 30 years. Without this sort of system coming together to work with checks and balances, such as who is checking what the builder is doing, is he using the land properly, what quality is he delivering, is he delivering on time, and so on and so forth. So the system must pull together to be able to work. This is the nature of building. This is the nature of housing. Try to build a 2-3 bedroom, you will employ 25 different professions. So you can't use one aspect to view it. You can't use one organization to solve it, and it cannot be an instant one silver bullet. So the system must work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunny. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'll forget, short before you leave, we can just take a group photograph. Before you leave. We'll continue afterwards. Yes. So we'll continue. Thank you. A lot has been said by the previous two speakers, by Sonny who's just exiting, and of course by Reverend Chime. Sonny talked about the issue of funds being available, because if you are trying to solve informal housing, you need funds, you need capital, and what is being done on that side. And of course, Reverend Chime talked about the issue of the gap between how cost of housing has outstripped incomes in terms of inflation, where it costs much more than you can afford to pay. That's an issue. He's also talked about the land administration issues, and of course, how to protect the capital for government institutions so that that fund is available for others to use as well. But I want us to, before we go further, I also want us to not reduce the conversation to informal settlements, people engage informally, informal sector. No. I'm talking about informality in housing. We have people who are formally employed, but because of affordability, they are living in informal settlements. Informal settlements does not really house people who are informal sector, who work for themselves, the gardener, the housekeepers, the electrician, people who are self-employed. That's not it. It's not about informal sector income. It's about informal housing. A lot of people who are formally employed, who work with even banks, if they cannot afford where they can stay around their offices, they are pushed to where? The outskirts, which is informal housing. And I think that is more of what I want us to focus on. Of course, a large number of those people who live in this informal house are people engaged in informal sector as well, because it's also part of employment. You have somebody who lives there, is in informal housing, right? And of course, he also does his own small trading. So where he's living is also where his source of income as well. So that also goes along. And that forms the majority of people living there. But principally, it's about informal housing. The issue, the fact that you have, if the titles are not formal, right? They are not recognized by government. The fact that there are no infrastructure there, all right? The fact that they cannot attract funding because there are no formal titles and formal ownership things. So that the critical area, just to bring us back to that. So at this point, I'll yield to a professor in the house to weigh in on, can Africa solve the housing crisis without solving informality? Thank you. We now defer to Professor Adedipe.
Thank you so very much, my very good friend and brother. I'm happy to be a part of this conversation. And as much as possible, I will move away from what previous panelists have said and shift the conversation a little bit by asking a question. Now, are we really looking at home ownership or access to housing? And the reason I ask that question is because oftentimes our conversations tend more to ownership. And if you look globally at the statistics and data available, the best performing countries in terms of home ownership don't have up to 70% of their population owning their own properties. So if we look at it from that perspective, then we come to a question. And this, one of the leading international banks operating in Nigeria asked me a question about 3 years ago, that we are facing the threat of fintech. And I'll bring that also into the conversation. So what should our bank do? Okay. Should we buy an existing one? Should we build our own? Or should we partner? I called it the BBP model. So bringing that into the conversation today. Now, if we talk about informality of housing, how do we address that? Do we address it in terms of home ownership, which is about building my own, all right? Or we approach it as that of buying an existing one, which was part of the conversation here yesterday, that some developers build and then they sell, so I can buy. Or the third one is to partner, which I put it this way: access to the building. I don't own it, but I have access to a building that gives me all the requirements of decent living. So if I look at it from that perspective, I think in solving the informality, the focus should be more on access to, let me say, habitable buildings rather than ownership. If we look at it from that perspective, then we can bring all the stakeholders in the built environment. I call it the ecosystem approach, which means government has a role to play. The communities themselves have roles to play. Then, of course, we have the developers, the financiers, the underwriters, and everyone involved in that process. So, which now brings me to this point. Because oftentimes, when we talk about informality, as you rightly pointed out, yes, we have a lot of dead real estate assets, dead in the sense that they are not documented, okay? And there are also, like you said, many important utilities are absent in those localities. So how do we deal with that? And that is why, in my own view, we often talk about data paucity. But in actual fact, there is data. And this is the way it goes. What are the fintechs, microfinance banks done in terms of financial inclusion? Even in short tech, that insurance, the application of technology in insurance. So they have been able to map the informal sector and also map those who are in informal, either economic activities or connecting it now to informal housing. So, like we argued there yesterday, if someone has been able to pay rent for as long as 20 years, should we then say that a house is unaffordable to such a person? So if we shift more to access, therefore, rather than ownership, we should begin to get clarity on what should be done in terms of formalizing housing, rather than merely looking at it as building and delivery to owners. That's where we start from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Professor also touched on the issue of data, which was mentioned by Reverend Chime, and of course talked about access to decent housing. And I know it's an area Dr. Akiumi here is very passionate about, should it be home ownership or access to decent housing, which means rental housing. What we really care about is not really much about owning your house. What people care more about is living in a decent accommodation. You want to live in a place, in a house where there is water, there is light, there are access roads to the place, there are hospitals around for your children, there are schools in the environment, there is low crime. Those are the kind of things people are concerned about. I don't want to own a house in a jungle where my life is unsafe. It has no value to me. I'd rather be a renter in a city where I don't own a house and I have what? Peace of mind, than to be said to own. Who wants to own land in Afghanistan? I'm just saying, I'm talking about turmoil, I'm talking about violence, I'm talking about Zambisa. Let's bring it out. Do you want to own a mansion in Zambisa forest? You are the owner of Zambisa. You want to own a place there? Or you rather be a renter in the outskirts in Abuja, where you have peace of mind? That is more of the context. So I'll now yield to Dr. Akiumi. As I said, he has experience
You know, I know he's very passionate about this area of housing, access to it. So, can Africa solve the housing crisis without solving informality? Dr. Akumi, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here this morning. The answer to your question is no. So let me start. I would like to conclude first and then provide justifications and explanations to why I maintain yes or no. I will address this issue on a development perspective, taking off from where my brother, the prof, ended. The development issue, how could you, as a family person, saying that will your family be happy if you ignore the vulnerable members of your family into their plight? That is in the microcosm basis, that is what the question is talking about. When you are talking about inclusivity, we talk about it a lot around the development community where I work for many decades. We also talk about it in Nigeria. We must make it inclusive. We must make it inclusive. We must make it inclusive. But are we really making things inclusive in housing? Even the intervention funds that's being done in this country, most of them is a fraud, complete fraud. It doesn't get to the right people that should benefit from all those interventions. The same thing in housing. Now, what is the definition of informality? Where you say some people are in the informal sector. There's a tendency to make mistakes, to think that people in the informal sector, they are illiterates. They are people that never went to school. They are dropouts. It's not true. In Nigeria, the bad management of this country have pushed a lot of people from formal sector and rubbish them to informal sector. On the other way around, being in the informal sector may be a choice. You may decide to be self-employed. When you are earning peanuts as a salary in the formal sector, and you are barely surviving, and you now decide to do something on your own, which can bring up sustainability. But in the course of doing that, because we are living in a careless country, those people that are on their own, they are working like that, nobody is very serious in monitoring what they are doing. And because of that, we have a lot of millionaires and billionaires in the informal sector. They are just enjoying their money. Nobody cares about what they are doing, whether they pay taxes, whether they don't pay taxes, whether they are part of the country or they are not part of the country. Nobody. It's only when you see them inside the aircraft and they are sitting in the business class, you say, oh, this man that is operating in the informal sector is even sitting in business class. Business class ticket is like double of economic class ticket. Then you now know that this man is not a poor man. That's why I say, when you are talking about informality, it doesn't mean they are poor people. Some of them are vulnerable. Even a rich man can be vulnerable. You have to understand all of that. Now, in civilized country, I don't like using developed country and undeveloped country. I say civilized because in Africa, we also have civilized countries in Africa. By my experience. In civilized country, everybody is taken care of. So if you are in the informal sector, it's a risk factor. Being in the informal sector is a risk factor. Why? There are people that are finding it difficult to provide documentation for accessing mortgages. That is, you want to buy a home, where is your salary letter? Where is your employment letter? Where is your pay stub? Where is your bank statement? Where is your... Some of the people, the money they are carrying around outside bank statement is more than the one in the bank statement. So they are operating undercover. They are doing their own. So what government and other people do, not only government, we cannot leave it out for government. If you want to be taken care of, you are informal sector, you want to be taken care of, you have to also cooperate with the government. What do? There is carrots and sticks to make people comply. Number one, it is compulsory, you must file your tax. If when you don't make income, you have to file your tax to declare that you did not make nothing last year, then they will ask you to go. You can even get some subsidy back. There is a situation where you file your tax, and the government, because the tax system also is compassionate and progressive, this is a poor man, let's give him some money. For the next 12 months, you'll be receiving some stipend every month coming to your account because you belong to the category of people that can barely survive. And the money is being paid by people that are extremely rich. That's how everything is leveled up. So this kind of carrot is that when you want to do something with the government, you want to apply for CFO. One of the requirements is, where is your tax clearance certificate? So if you say you are operating in an informal sector and you want to enjoy what people who are in informal sector, and you have to comply with the law of the country. When I work in some foreign jurisdiction, I had to declare my income to be able to have access to some benefits. If you don't declare your income, you don't tell people where you are, it cannot work for you. But when you declare your income, then it will some benefits will kick in. So there must be a deliberate policy to continuously pull out people from informal sector to the formal sector, informal sector to the formal sector. In terms of interest rate, if you are in the informal sector, in Canada, for instance, your interest may be 7% per annum. 7. If you are in the formal sector, it may be 3.75, 5%, forever. So it doesn't mean that people in formal sector should completely forget it. Their own interest rate may be higher. They will pay. You'll be surprised that they will pay. Also, the down payment. When it comes to down payment, people in the formal sector, their down payment can be 5%, 10%, 15%. People that are in formal sector, their own down payment in Nigeria could be like maybe 25% to 50%. You will be surprised that they will still pay that 50% down to have access. So we must have a program and policy to continue dragging people out of the informal sector to the formal sector. And if they do that one, any money being spent for the government to do that is an investment. How? The moment you pull into the formal sector, you start reaping the benefit of taxes, tax payment, investment, and so many other benefits that will also benefit the country. So those are my own comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akinwumi. As I said, it's an area he's very passionate about, the issue of informality. But I also dare to reiterate again. When it comes to housing or a house is just shelter provision, right? And we have the individual who wants the shelter. He can either be a owner of that shelter or a renter of the shelter. That is what we're talking about. When you talk about informal sector, even if I'm going to be a renter or owner, what's my source of income? Am I in the formal sector? Or am I in informal sector? And really, people in the informal sector are not the rest of the society. We are missing the point. Yeah. People who are musicians, a lot of them are wealthier than all of us here. Yeah. They're in the formal sector. People in entertainment, you see them, Davido, they're in the informal sector. You see what they're doing? So they're not taken to be dregs of the society. All right? It's not at all. Musicians, entertainers, all of them, we all see all people, the actors, Nollywood, they're informal sector. And they are money people. All right? So I'm talking about, let's take it away from how the person is livelihood. Whether it's formal, he works in a bank, he works in government, that is formal. Or he's self-employed. For instance, the man who is even a lawyer is self-employed. Yeah. So informal sector is a part of it. We are talking more about informal housing now. The house he's living in. Is he living in a house where there is title for the land? That's informal housing. Is he living in a house where there is infrastructure, there is access to water, sewage,
power and all of that? Is he living in a house where it is planned, all right, that is government approved, and as such, the house is not poor housing condition where you can have housing collapse? Those are the kind of things we're talking about with informal housing. I know to a large extent, maybe from my history, most people that have been involved in informal sector are people who are informal sector until recently. But that is more of it. And talking about the informal income, whether it is, I remember, and Mr. Omotosho will bear me witness, many years ago, in trying to formalize the informal sector in terms of income, there was a uniform underwriting standards that was approved by Central Bank. Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, Mr. Omotosho was the executive secretary then, worked closely with Central Bank, NMRC, and some other stakeholders, and Redan as well, to come up with an underwriting standard for self-employed and people in the informal sector, because their income is different. If you are in informal sector, you work in a government, they can confirm your income to know that you can afford this housing. If you are self-employed, you cannot be the one to guarantee yourself and confirm. And so there is a way to document that. That is a bit different. It is more of the informal housing. People lose their lives, not for working in informal sector, but for living in informal housing. When government goes to demolish housings, it's houses that have been demolished.
Yeah.
Either mainly the houses in areas where there is informal settlement. Because what are the reasons? They have no title, they have no right to it, there is no infrastructure, there's an health challenge. Those are the issues.
Yeah.
When government demolishes houses in urban areas, like in Maitama, or it's not because of informal settlement, it's because they have no title, not because there is no infrastructure in Maitama. It's because they don't have access or they have gone across the development approval. That is the reason. It's a different thing. It is more of the informal housing. And if you look at how African societies develop over time, communities, right? It's because it's more of informal settlements. People come in, the first group of people come in here, other people migrate there, they set up camps, they start building, and then the community gets to build houses for them. It's more of the informal housing where I want us to focus more on that. I want to focus more on, in fact, maybe at this point in time, because I think that without talking to him, I want to call Mr. Motosho to join us here on stage. Mr. Motosho, please.
Yes.
Please, no, please.
Come over.
No, please come over. You're also a resource person. Because, please, join us, please.
Oh,
Mr. Omotosho, Kaido Motosho, was the executive secretary for Umban for many, many years. This underwriting standard I talked about, he was there when it was midwife. All the things with foreign mortgage banks and all, he's been there. And it's part of trying to ensure we get things right. So maybe at this point in time, I'll yield to him. Okay. Can Africa solve the housing crisis without solving informality? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nii. I'm glad that you decided I should be here, no problem. So my contribution actually wants to level. Chime started from somewhere, and where he caught me is the issue of pressure. We need a pressure point. Dr. Adedipe, his own side, which I agree with, is don't let us look at whether it should be home ownership, rent to own. Let us say Nigerians must be housed. Emmanuel is a social social person for the Nigerians. So if you ask me, what I feel is that we should use this medium today to act as the prayer point. The chairman of Senate Committee on Housing was there. Chairman of Housing was there. All the paraphernalia, they were here, but they had gone. Because they don't have the temperature to be with you throughout the period that you are holding any event. So let us pin them down. Nigerians need housing, whether formal or informal. Those are big grammar. But houses can never be built on air. They are on land. Governors must be held responsible from today. Let
governors decide which premium housing estate they want to create in their states. Maitama, Mewuse, whatever. But let it be agreed that wherever the housing is in the state, there must be title. The issue of commercializing title is what has brought us here. The Bodija estate of the 60s were created without any fuse about land, because government owned land and government created estate. Late Alhaji Jakonde had the best plan. This is sand, this is cement, this is land. Come and build, and this is your margin. You can't go beyond that margin. But that will not work today because we have become ballistic in Nigeria. What we should agree that will work is that titles must be made available so that debt capital can become living all across Nigeria, irrespective of where that land is. The housing unit must have title. Let the title be used by the owner to create whatever he or she wants. If he or she wants to be a billionaire, let him or her pursue it. If he wants to be informal, let it be there. But that title is what will make us to be living in Nigeria. Short of that, we are only wasting our time talking. That's my view.
All right, thank you very much. Now, thank you very much, Mr. Motosho. What we have done is to have clarity in perspective and understanding of what we are talking about here. Now, we define the problem. You understand what it is? At this point in time, we'll now go to the next session of this conversation, where we'll be talking about policy initiatives. What, if there are new policies or existing policies that we need to tweak to solve these problems? I will restate again the issue of what? Informal titles. If you have no title, you cannot go to government for approval of building plan, because they'll ask you, why is your title? Start with your title. Where is the survey? There is no survey. Even if you have a survey, there is no title, it's not recognized. So it certainly cannot be a building approval. Let's take it out of the way. And because you didn't go to government to get approval for your building, the issue of water, electricity, and all that will not be taken care of. Because during your approval, they'll ask you, so how do you intend to provide water and power for this? What about the access road? Those are questions that will come in. They will also ask you, how many people will live on this piece of land, right? Are you building 20 houses on a 500 square meters? Is it in the area where, so that the question that will ask, because you don't have title, you will go and build anything, put room and room, whatever kind of thing, so that the issues that make growth and development of informal settlements. So those are areas I want to tackle. You know what the issues are? So maybe at this point I said, I'll start with Dr. Chime. He's also a professor by experience. So if I call him professor, I think he has the right. So please, in terms of policy initiatives, what are the new things or what needs to be done differently or the same so that we really get it right? That's a major issue. We cannot run away from our people living in informal areas. But what do we do to correct the problem and solve it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. What do we do? I've sat so long on this issue for some time, both as a civil servant and as a public servant. And one thing is very clear. That was why I made reference to what Adam Soshomole. The people at position of authority to make the policies that will change, never move until they are moved. And I'm being very, very careful what I'm saying, but that is the truth. We are hoping that they will be here and listen to us. No, they cannot be here to listen to us. The level of wickedness that I have witnessed in government is unbecoming. First of all, it did not plan for them. They are working as civil servants. And you know that the amount of money you pay them cannot be enough. If they pay 100% of it for a home, cannot get a home for them. Then they now go and get an informal settlement to live in it. Then tomorrow, you call those places where they have found a sucker to work for you. You call it informal settlement and you demolish it. And you are now allocated for the construction of a house that they cannot afford, and therefore push them further away from the city center. They commute 1 hour or 2 hours to come to work. Each time they provide for themselves, you call it informal housing, you call it slum, you give it a guy name, and as a pretext to be able to demolish it and say that it's an urban blight. Who is it blighting? So the issue is this. At every level, it is the responsibility of people to bring attention to their problem. And the level of docility that we have witnessed over the past 24 years, Adam Shoshomole confronted the government of Obasanjo and said the workers must be housed. And I'm saying that to NLC, TUC, who are the representative agencies and organizations, umbrella body of the workers. How come we referenced 24 years ago and things have gone on wrong? At that time, what government was doing in Abuja, for instance, it was noted that every slum that was demolished, there must be a replacement. That's why you have the various resettlement schemes. You cannot have the right to demolish where a person is living with his children and give it to a big man to build houses for the big, who are equally fellow citizens, and then you throw that man to die and to suffer. When we were planning Abuja, there were resettlement schemes for those places that are informal housing, with the aim of giving them human face as human beings. So the idea is this. We've looked at it over the time. At the various state governments, the land being occupied for informal housing, the value of that land is enough to provide them good housing. As of today, go to the Lagos, go to Abuja, go to Enugu, go everywhere. The land where they are occupying, the land value of where that informal housing is occupying, if it is sold and given a title, it is enough to provide decent accommodation for those people. So it becomes an act of wickedness for you now to demolish that man's house and forgo the alternative, which is to formalize it by creating, the World Bank did it in the 80s, slum redevelopment in Nigeria. They funded so many slum redevelopment across this country. So what we ought to do is not to move them away. In Britain, they are doing the same thing. They did it in East London, Canary Wharf area. So that what you do is to look at the value of that land, bring in fresh development. You can now do vertical development and then give some unit of apartments to those who are occupying that land. And we have seen globally that that approach is the correct way of solving the problem. If the problem is that they are an eyesore to our plans, if that the problem is not that we are envying the value of the land where they're occupying and seeking to use a policy to disenfranchise them. So across all the subnationals, this problem is staring us in the face. And I would like to call it what it is, an act of wickedness and inhumanity against those ones who we know they own that land, but they don't have a title. And you hide under the Land Use Act and disenfranchise them of the land, sell it to another person, and then ask them to die. They go to another place, and you are waiting for the next few years for the new place they have gone to have highest value, to replicate the same wicked process. That is not fair.
Thank you very much, Reverend Chime. Reverend Chime, you actually have quite a number of notable quotes.
It's wickedness, man's inhumanity to man, right? And in terms of solutions way forward, you did say that for every demolition, you have a replacement. I even want to go further. Maybe on that. For every house you demolish, you should build 2 houses. You know why? The second house is to reduce the existing housing gap. We have a deficit already of 28 million. So even if you are now demolishing houses, you are reducing the existing supply of housing. So replacing it again does not change the equation. So for every house you demolish, you build 2. So that could be a way forward. Secondly, on the issue of where they should live, it's not enough to push the people who are low-income people to the outskirts of the city and have a place, a preserve for those who have. You know why? We all saw this years past when there were issues during COVID era. The people you have pushed to the outskirts, they will come and do what? Overrun the people you think you are protected in high places, because they see themselves as we against them. But if, however, where the rich are living, you have places for them as well. They have a sense of belonging, a sense of ownership, a sense of pride. They see themselves as members of the community. So it's part of having a stable social fabric and stability. Thank you. I'll now refer to our prof. In terms of policy initiatives, way forward, what can we do better? What new things can we bring on?
Thank you so very much, moderator. Now, my intervention at this point of making recommendations, I will use my personal experience to illustrate. And at this point, I'm also speaking to the subnationals, no longer about federal government per se, subnationals. Now, my primary residence is in a government-owned estate in Lagos. I paid for the property in October 1990. I got allocation letter April 1992. I got access to the property in May 1994. Moved in there December 1994 with my family. There's no documentation, meaning that it was informal housing. But then came 2007 when Fashola became the governor of Lagos State. And he came up with this policy of, they called it amnesty, that Lagosians with informal real estate assets can now apply to the government for CFO, and that 2 things will happen. Number 1, the time for processing was shortened. Then 2, what we will pay for it was also heavily discounted. So for my property then, I got my CFO in a matter of 3 weeks. Secondly, I paid only 15,000 naira. So now, if every subnational will treat informal real estate assets that way, that means a window of amnesty is created for those assets to be formalized. That's the beginning of the journey. Now, when Sanwo-Olu came into office as governor, they brought up a policy and said, if you have an undeveloped land, you can also formalize it. They called it land regularization. Okay? And again, they opened a window of amnesty. Now, bringing that to all subnationals, the same thing can be done. That even before you put up, an asset on it, the land itself is an asset, so you can now obtain a CFO by regularizing the land. Again, I recommend that to our subnationals. That will also reduce the percentage of informal housing that we have. And then the third one, incidentally, I also participated in that, because I have some parcels of land along the Lekki corridor that were not documented before that policy came. So when they opened the window, I applied. It's just that, again, the issue of bureaucracy. Now, the first, bankers' checks were submitted for regularization became stale because the process was so long. So they came back to us to now replace. So which means timing is also important. The third one now is my first commercial property, which of course tenants moved into it in August 2017. Again, not documented. And then Olu's government came in 2025, just last year, and said, if you have a property in Lagos State, there's a window now. Bring all your documentation, all those things you mentioned earlier on. We will now issue a CFO. But these are the requirements. Of course, when I began construction in 2004, I had all the engineering drawings, everything done for formalization. But they said, sorry, that estate, and by the way, it's an estate now. But I was the first person I constructed the first road. What is called road one in that estate. I was the one that did it. When other people moved in, I said, look, would you compensate me for this? They now told me an African proverb, very popular in Yoruba land, that only one head constructs a road, but 200 legs will walk on that road. They said, so I got no compensation for you. Okay? But where I'm going is this. Now, Lagos State government again opened the window of amnesty and said, if you have a property in Lagos State that is not documented, get all your documentations. Then we come around and prove the engineering sanctity of the house. After that, we give you your documentation. So it's a good initiative for subnationals. But where I have issues there is the bureaucracy. So they need to shorten the window of approval once the documentations are complete. Now, my final take is that, and that goes back to what my friend Kayode said earlier on. Now, and this comes from my experience of involvement with the Nigeria Economic Summit over the years. Now, what we do at the Nigeria Economic Summit, it is a partnership between the private sector and the federal government. Okay? After the summit ends every year, we produce an executive memo that will go to Federal Ministry of Planning. Then the planning minister will present it at the Federal Executive Council meeting. So I'm recommending that for the housing show. That when we finish this 20th anniversary, let's move a little further and develop what we call an executive memo that we hand to the Minister of Housing, who will then take it to the Federal Executive Council as our recommendations on how to solve the issues around housing in Nigeria. And that is my final take on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Once a professor, always a professor. I think I must also say that the last recommendation, actually at end of every AIS program, we have a communique that is drawn up and also presented to the Minister of Housing. But maybe we'll take it a step further. We'll call it an executive memo. And I think we'll also work closely with Prof on this so that beyond the communique, which is general, we can have a specific in terms of what, let's make the job easier. Because if you draw up a communique, it now becomes the job of the ministry to come up with executive memo. Time and other pressures of work may not do that. So we can come up with a communique along with the executive memo that makes it a lot easier for presentation. Yeah, so it can be drafted. Now, I will go straight to Dr. Akinwumi in terms of policy initiatives. Before that, he has talked about the issue of title regularization and, of course, plan regularization as well, approval. So I will now go to Dr. Akinwumi in terms of policy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. When you are the last person to talk all the time, everybody has said all of those things. But see, I can assure you that if 1 million people talk before me, I will still be able to say something. Now, in terms of policy framework, what I would recommend in the first place is a redefinition of the policy of government in housing. You know, this deceptive, every Nigerian must own a house that is making someone on a salary of 70,000 to be contributing money to NHF, the money we never benefit from. We have to change it in the first place. Let us emulate. I mentioned the other day that there is nothing wrong from copying best practice shamelessly and enjoy it pragmatically. There's nothing wrong in it. If you are living close to my house, you are doing something right in your house, I will not be ashamed to copy it. There is no need to reinvent the wheel for nothing. You are just wasting your time. The social policy must be every Nigerian must have access to a decent housing. Period. Whether you own it, or you rent it, or you inherit it, or you are hiding in it, or you are hibernating in it, what is important, even the destitute in some civilized countries, they are not allowed to sleep on the streets. There is provision for every person. In Nigeria, every Nigerian must be, we have enough money to do that. The money is not being stolen and wasted. Not that this country is not a poor country. Stolen by greedy louts in the name of whatever title. Call them president, call them minister, call them commissioner, call them governor. Wasteful louts making life miserable for Nigerians. The resources are there. Make the policy. Every Nigerian is not supposed to. No Nigerian is supposed to sleep on the street. That is the policy. Not that every Nigerian must. How can somebody that is a house help is making 30,000 naira a month? How can he own a house? Or let's go and find something done to change his life. That's my first recommendation. The other one, which I'm taking from the prof, we have been also saying in our board, look, I'm a member of the board of this AAFRICA, and I keep on saying, maybe I will say it to the public now. This is an advocacy group. Yeah. Advocacy. We are not forcing anyone. We are just preaching like a pastor. The only thing we don't do here, we don't collect tithe and offering. That is the only difference. We come here and preach every year. We are preaching every year. We are preaching. Look, any society, any advocacy group that doesn't have lobbying as part of his responsibility is just wasting time. So we were here when a government functionary was telling us here that people in government, they are aware that the government is a waster. Instead of strengthening institutions, they don't strengthen institutions. They go and create another one and be wasting money and be splitting money and be creating positions. We even have a situation now where we have an agency that doesn't exist. We have got to that level now. We should strengthen existing institutions to make them perform their role effectively and also give them empowerment to do their job. Put the right people there. Now you got somebody campaign for you, then you must get a position. For what reason? Give him money. Let him get lost. As they go and enjoy his money. Not that you want to create a position for an illiterate imbecile that doesn't know what he's doing to come and destroy our country for us. We should stop all of those things. So, on the AHS level, let us step up to have a lobby group. Lobbying is not negative. Don't get me wrong. Because the moment you hear the word lobbying from Emmanuel, now you think, that is advocating Ghana must go carry money from one office. So that's not the meaning of lobbying. You don't need to carry money to lobby. When we finish this program, all those people with big agbada that came here and come and be telling us theory, let's go to their various offices. Please, sir, you told us the other day that you are aware that government is putting imbecile to manage positions. Can you help us encourage your colleagues to put the right people there? Nigeria is not in charge of resourceful people. Now, in terms of policy framework, some of these things can change if we go and lobby them. This is what we said in the program. You will never see them here. How many government people are? Raise your hand. You are from government. He is from Ministry of Housing and Urban Development here. He is from the Office of the President here. It's only we are the one coming to do all these things. But through that lobbying process, our decision, our recommendations, we get to them. And if we fail this year, we may not fail another year. Before you know it, we become an engine of change in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akiwumi. And I said, Dr. Akiwumi is a very, very passionate person about his thoughts and the way forward on how to make the country much better. He talked about effective advocacy. Let us mix that with lobbying. He talked about strengthening existing institutions, right? Now, before we wrap up this, we'll throw it open to the floor. If there are questions or contributions, we'll come back to the Okay, before that, just to give us an idea of how we intend to run this remaining part of the session, all right, I will yield
Okay.
to other members on the panel to make one or two comments, and throw it over to the floor before
Okay.
we now have the final comments. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So for me,
Yes.
three things. We need to set up a technical team, not too many people, to drive whatever decisions we have agreed here. That's one. Two, I'm of the opinion that we need to speak to the government that henceforth, except the buildings that are on right of way or on drainage channels, there should be no more demolitions. Rather, we should find resolutions towards positive addressing of the issues that are involved. But more importantly, we ourselves, we need to redefine our advocacy strategies. You see, in those days when we were in labor unions and associations, we found out that even we are complicit in our approach to our principles that we were discussing with. So we need to find people of integrity that will be discussing with government on the advocacy, what we require. You see, the issue of wages, we need to show government that it's not only the direct wage that will make the life of an employee simple. And this applies to both government and private sector, because government employs just about 10%, like Ugo said. The 90% is us. So we should be talking to ourselves. If we address housing problems, transportation problems, health problems, and other problems of the employee, the take-home pay we will be living. If we only talk of take-home pay, we can't get to where we want to succeed. So I feel our advocacy should become more strategic, and we should have people that have integrity to pursue these strategies without thinking of their own pocket per se. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Reverend Shime, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'd like to say number one is the fact that there has to be a coordination and linkage of certain things. First, we have over 20 trillion in the pension fund, which is being contributed by workers. It should be linked to their housing aspiration. And that is a critical policy issue. The second issue that I'd like to mention is the fact that as we go along in all that we've been saying, over the years I've told workers in Nigeria, majority of us are lazy. And I like to be taken for what it is. In some of the jurisdictions and areas that countries we're mentioning, people work very hard. And that is why when they don't get the reward that they deserve, they go all out to protest. But because we are laid back, we don't work as we should. Whether civil servants, I work in the construction industry. I was shocked when I saw some workers who earn by their productivity coming to work by 8:30, 9 o'clock. It was a scandalized thing. So we must have to tell ourselves the truth. The final area that I would like to mention is the fact that those of us in this sector have witnessed a huge improvement. It's not all bad. Nigeria is working. Since our democracy in 1999, some of those who were champions and oppressors yesterday are now being oppressed today. I hope you are getting me.
Yes.
So some of those who were oppressors yesterday are now getting oppressed today. So tables have changed. So we have a good advocacy point. When we get to somebody's table, or guys, see this thing you told us, you are an oppressor today, but look at this other oppressor who did similar thing in the past. Is now oppressed. Please change your oppressive lifestyle now that you're in office, so that tomorrow, when you're oppressed, the weight of oppression on you will be less. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Reverend Kime. Evolution of democracy in Nigeria and Africa. Let the oppressor remember that in future he can become the oppressed. If that if that sinks very well, he will oppress less or stop his oppressive activities. Thank you. Now, before we go ahead and open the floor, just to recap for those who are just coming in, we talked about informality in housing. Informality in housing relates to critically the issue of titles. If you have no title, no documented title, that is informal. So there is no way to know who owns the house, who owns the land. So because you have no title, you cannot even go to government to get approval for the building, because there is no, the first thing they will ask you is, where is your title for this land you want approval for? Because of course, you have no title, you end up building whatever suits you without looking at what is required or acceptable in that environment. And of course, when you come up with a design, whatever building you put up there may not be in line with regulatory controls. So that becomes slumming and mushrooming. Now, because you have built up houses there, there is no planned infrastructure there. You will now have people living in squalor there. There is no arrangement for waste management, sewage, and a lot of other issues come up there. And that's what we end up. And eventually, government will come in there and tell you, well, people there is ill health, people are falling sick, there is dysentery, there is issues there. The only way they can take care of it is to what? Demolish the houses there, which are informal settlements. And of course, they will ask you to come up with your title, which you do not have. So of course, they demolish. Even if you have title, they ask you to come up with your building approval, which you do not have. So even if you have the land, they demolish your property. Those are the critical issues. So what we are saying is, these are simple things. We cannot reinvent the wheel. If people don't have title, government can regularize. If they can show evidence of having paid or having a right to that piece of land, they can provide title for them, regularize the title. That's number one. That is being done in Lagos. And you talk about Lagos being in front of this. Other states, I'm sure, are doing that as well. A lot can be done. That will first of all take care of the issue of irregular title. That's number one. Number two, even if you have title and there is no building approval, we have land property which have been built well, but there is no approval. You can get them to also come and now have a period of amnesty for them to come up, and then you give them approval. This is being done by Lagos already as well. That reduces the number of houses in the informal settlements. And of course, the last one is, there are some houses which regardless of title, regardless of approval, they have not been built well. And you have housing collapsing. There are structural issues. They must be demolished. So even our houses have been built on floodplains. They have flooding down all over the place. Because of that, you must demolish those houses. And if you have to do that, for each house you demolish, you must build 2 houses in replacement. Why 2? One, to replace the one being demolished, because housing gap is a major issue in Africa. You cannot be reducing the housing supply. So that by the time you build 2, one for replace the demolished one, another one to reduce the housing gap. Those are the things we've been talking about. And of course, trying to ensure that our people look more at ensuring that they bequeath to the next generation what you will not like. When you are in government, as has been told, if you are an oppressor today, you can become the oppressed tomorrow. And that should take away. Now with that, we'll throw it open. If there are comments, questions from people on the floor, we'll take 2 or 3, and then you can have a wrap up and I can end this session. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And then good morning, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute my opinion concerning what is being discussed. Yes, let me, first of all...
Please speak to the mic. Use the mic, yeah.
Let me first of all start by saying that when we are profiling solutions to housing, let us use economic class of the people that we are trying to profiling housing for, and not their formality or informality of work. It's better we use their economic status so that we can differentiate them between rich and the poor. That's one. 2, second one is that in 2024, the former commissioner for housing and urban development commissioned a national housing data committee. And after working for almost 2 years, they came up with a report that our official housing deficit is 14.925 million units. I think we should rather stick to that because it's official. The committee members included people from National Bureau of Statistics, people from Central Bank, people from the academia, and so on. So I would rather be comfortable using that 14.925. Then I also want to talk about demolition because Mr. Omotosho, is it Professor Omotosho or Dr. Omotosho? Mr. Omotosho, we are comfortable with that. Okay. So I don't want to run foul of nomenclature. Now, Mr. Omotosho said something that in our recommendations here, we should ask government not to demolish. I think demolition is part of. Okay. 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 If you didn't say that, I don't have to make comments on that. So I think he said that was the. I thought I heard that there shouldn't be demolition. So I wanted to say that demolition is part of development. We cannot ask government not to demolish, but what we can only say is that there shouldn't be slum clearance. There are times when government will want to improve, and then there is a power called a power of eminent domain in the 1999 Constitution, which is given to the governors that where a land is oppressing public use, then government can overriding public use. Government has the right to acquire that property, but there must be adequate compensation. So all these are things that we need to include in our executive, according to Professor Adedikwe. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that contribution. Just to clarify, earlier on, no, you can give just before the next slide, just to clarify. Earlier on, we did say that the issue of informal housing is not limited to people in informal sector. It's not. We have a lot of people who are in formal employment, but they cannot afford housing in the urban area. They are living in these settlements. So it has nothing to do with it. We may have a large preponderance of people in informal settlements, people in informal sector. We know that. But it's more of affordability issue. That is critical. And we also said earlier that informal sector does not mean people who are the low income. People in entertainment, musicians, a lot of them have more money than us. They are informal sector, but they're making more money. They're online. You can see. You can't afford the houses they live in. So they are. People in agriculture, we have farmers. They're informal sector. They're self-employed. So informal sector is not a synonym for people who are only low income. It's just that they are not informal sector where they are being employed. And you cannot track their income and other things, just for clarity. But the other comments are noted. One or two other comments. Yes, okay, sir. Okay, sorry. After the gentleman in white, then we'll have the other man there. And of course, we take a lady for gender balance. If there's any comment from the lady, all
right. Thank you very much, sir. It's afternoon already, I guess. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Joseph Idiege. I'm the head for Shelter. Shelter is a property technology company, and we've been in this space providing solutions for over 6 years now. What we do basically is just bridging the gap between property owners and property users, where you can pay your rent flexibly, and it's alarming and shocking to discover that the informal sector is actually the driver of the economy. But unfortunately, there is no data to capture that sector. We were providing flexible rent payment, and it was shocking for us to discover that these guys don't even have issues paying their rent annually, even though we understand that we earn monthly, but we're expected to pay our rent annually, But we're expected to pay our rent annually. But surprisingly, the data revealed to us that these guys even still prefer to pay their rent annually. So the people who are taking the flexible option payment are people who are in the formal sector. So the informal sector is a huge market that the government is not doing anything about. And we're beginning to gather the data, and I'm very sure we'll provide the data very soon to help government assess or solve that problem. Now, my question to, unfortunately, Murphy is no longer on the panelist. My question to Murphy and FMBN is, can we find a way to reduce the barrier of entry? You have about, for FMBM, I'm sure, for Murphy, I'm not very sure at the moment, but I know there are 21 steps to follow. 21 steps is already looking Herculean. How long does it take you to download the mobile app and begin to use it? These processes are also barrier of entry. Let's find a way to solve this problem. Murphy is doing a great work, FMBM is doing a great work, but if the barrier of entry is a challenge, the number will still reduce. I'm talking about mortgage. Unfortunately, mortgage is helping, but mortgage is not for us. If you want to face it squarely. Now, people who are using mortgage and providing this solution in other climes, somebody who graduates as a mechanical engineer, maybe is working at the age of 20, 25, thereabouts. He already has a stable income, working with Mercedes-Benz. His pathway is already defined. So it is calculated that in 40 years, in 30 years, this guy is going to be with this company. He has a stable source of income. Therefore, I can tax this guy. Therefore, I can tax him on housing. I can tax him on health. So there's a stable path for the next 20, 30, 40 years, as the case may be for that young man. There's a projection that can be made for that guy. Therefore, he can comfortably pay his mortgage because there's an accumulated pool already, because it's not only the same person for that lifespan. But in our own climate, it does not happen that way. We don't have that data. So let's begin to think of how we can use technology, capture the informal sector to create a solution to that part. Technology, fintech has done a good work, but we need to encourage more property technology companies. Finally, sir, this is to Africa International Housing Show. Please, I don't want this to become another literature exercise. You already have all the stakeholders on this table. Unfortunately, the government people have gone. But please, you already have them at least to some level at your beck and call. It's time we begin to add numbers to all what we have been doing for 20 years. Let's begin to say, okay, Ministry of Lands, please, can you give us this land? We want to do a prototype project, even if it's 1 unit, 2 units, 3 units, 4 units. As the years keep going by, you can be counting those numbers of how you have provided hands-on solution, not another literature again. So please, it's a challenge. You have done well. Sincerely, you have done practically well for 20 years, putting all the stakeholders together. But a step forward is to be able to hold these stakeholders accountable, and we can put tangibilities to all what we have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the last speaker. Yes, I will yield to Reverend Chime to talk about, even though Murphy is not here, he can respond to that. But before that, let's take the last comment, and we'll now take all of that. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Yes, sir. My name is Tunde Balogun. I love what you have discussed so much. I'll be speaking on consultancy perspective. My comments could be metaphorical. My comments will be metaphorical. I could see the way Pop said something I love. He said about NECA and Nigeria Economic Summit Group in terms of advocacy, public and private sector. I will not speak about infrastructural deficiency in terms of housing deficiency or stuff like that. I will look at the concept holistically when you look about the way forward in the way we are doing things. Particularly, I would like Prof to put more effort and especially a little more in the area of that Nigeria Economic Summit Group, NECA as an advocacy in public and private sector for economical development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we'll come back to the discussants. Sorry, sir. Thank you, the honorable minister from Iberia. Please, sorry, you have the floor. We had said you have a lady response. Please, you have the floor, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Okay, I'm from Liberia. This event is the Africa International Housing Show.
That's right.
And I have a recommendation.
Yes, please.
When we come here, this is my second time coming. But apart from me coming and talking about Liberia and other African countries, all of our panelists will just concentrate on Nigeria, Abuja, Lagos, and your issues. And from my observation, the issues you have are the same issues I have as an African country. So how can we advise ourselves before coming here? Can we do a little research, especially the panelists? Because we come here to see how we can share knowledge and come up with a resolution that we want to take back home to our individual governments. The same resolution you will take back to Kenya, you will take it to Liberia, you will take it to Sierra Leone. When we come here, much of what we hear from most of the panelists is just about Nigeria. So there's a suggestion I want to make. Secondly, you talk about the land ownership. How can we as African leaders, the taxes that we put, the charges that we put on our citizens to own a land, and you're talking about because a person cannot pay to the federal government, they will just put some makeshift on the land, maybe just a zinc makeshift. And when they do that, they do not really own the land, but we want them to own the land, want to give value to their lives. How can we subsidize or reduce these taxes, these payments, so that our citizens, because we're talking about providing homes for our people, reducing homelessness, yet there's so much taxation on them. So we're just joking. So I pray that as we've come here to gather together, we come up with this resolution and we take it back to our countries. Because before I came here, my president had to approve. Yeah. So when I'm going back, I should carry something back. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Housing from Liberia. Thank you for that intervention and contribution. It's well noted. I must say, right, in terms of for panelists and discussion, if you go through the program, you have quite a number of representations from across Africa. The opening ceremony happened from Zimbabwe, people from Uganda, people from Kenya. Some people have left because they couldn't take it for the 5 days. Yeah, and that's one. Secondly, when you talk about housing crisis, whether in Nigeria, in Liberia, it's the same. The same issues, informal settlement, informal housing, it's the same issue. Title, infrastructure, unapproved buildings, demolitions, people dying from collapsed buildings, it's the same. So whether we talk about Kenya or we talk about Nigeria, or it's the same issue that has the same root, and we have the same culture in terms of how we have developed. But that comment is well noted so that we can have something that will show more. Maybe what we'll probably do is have more of our African brothers who probably will not be able to stay throughout the period, have them more on the earlier days of the program so that we can have more involvement. But the same issues we are all dimensioning and we are all faced with. So thank you for that kind contribution. Yes. Now, before Reverend Chimes speaks to the issue on Mofi, for the gentleman in Hawaii who spoke earlier, he talked about mortgage is not for the informal sector. I will remind us, I said that earlier. Hello, please, I'm trying to attend to your comments now. The issue of mortgage, it is for everybody, whether you are in formal sector, you are in informal sector. I mentioned this earlier, about 10 years ago, 9 years ago, there is what we have underwriting standards that was approved by Central Bank of Nigeria, working in concert with the Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria. I was the president then, Mr. Omotosho was the executive secretary. We have a protocol we dissected, we dimensioned that when it comes to issue of underwriting, there cannot be mortgages if you don't know how to underwrite the credit, the risk. And the people fall into two major categories. People who are formal employment, who work with banks, oil companies, or their employees, and somebody, a third party, can talk about their income. And there are people who work for themselves, either as self-employed, as lawyers, as entrepreneurs, as women leaders, or there are people who work for others, who also run their businesses, they run shops and all of that. So underwriting standards were provided for all. There's one for formal sector, there's one for informal sector and self-employed. If you go on the Central Bank portal, you will see these underwriting standards there. We even went further to come up with underwriting standards for non-interest, because a lot of people may not want to take mortgage because of interest. For non-interest housing finance, there's underwriting standards for that. So that takes care of all of that. And even for rental housing as well, because we know there are different things that apply to different areas. So all of that, the point is we have a lot of literature. It's in the what? The devil is in the details. The devil in the details is what? Is in implementation. So we have a lot of that. So there are things like that we have that speak to that. At this point, I will yield to Dr. Well.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
My sister, thank you so much for coming all the way to the event. Let me say this. Because of the size of our problem, we may negate the progress we've made. And that is one of the issues that I want to bring to the fore. In 2002, in this country, speaking to the FMBN issue you mentioned, it took the activism of one man leading NLC to cause a massive shift in the dial and led to progress. It will still require one person to do the same thing. And it has happened. 20 years ago, there was no IHS. This is one man called Barrister Festus Adebayo deciding that he can make a difference. That if we continue to rely on government, they are not interested in what the common man is interested, unless they are by election made to be interested and social pressure. So, because of that, I'd like to let you know that a lot of progress has been done. Before now, whenever anybody's finished serving as a minister, serving as head of a parastatal, serving as the president of an association, they go to their respective homes, businesses, states. But today, it is no more like that. Over this past 1 week, you have seen past ministers sitting in front there is the former Minister of State for Housing and Urban Development. And he's the chairman of the board of AIHS. For 5 years, I was the president of Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. He was the executive secretary for almost 10 years, and ditto all of us here. So, what has happened? Our experience is no more lost as it used to be in the past. We've all agreed that we can devote 1 week and devote other times free of charge to come and see how we can shape the future of housing and the housing of future that we need in Africa. And that's why my sister is here, equally. So, something has happened. It's not a talk shop. Well, we are trying to start from next year. We're going to have a session whereby developers or primary mortgage bank and other players within the housing ecosystem will come and render a scorecard of what they have done. It will be a forum for us to be able to sit down. We have spoken. At 20, we are no more a child. We are of age. At 21, what have we learned and what have we done with what we've learned? So transiting from speaking to doing. So that's going to happen at the 21st edition. Now, speaking about Federal Mortgage Bank equally, I'd like to let you know that I've been privileged, I'm not working with them, but I've been privileged to be near them for the past 21 years. I started as a consultant to Federal Mortgage Bank, and we've worked on all of that and all of that and all of that. Today, the Federal Mortgage Bank has created a rent-to-own scheme whereby you don't need to pay any equity. So just qualify. If you can qualify to pay the rent after a certain agreed period, 20 years, 30 years or less, that house becomes your own portion. My dear man, it doesn't exist 20 years ago. It doesn't exist 5 years ago. They have also been giving interest at 6%. If you know development economics, you realize something has happened. If inflation is at 15%, globally, if you go to Canada, if you go to USA, the mortgage rate is usually higher than the inflation rate. Because the inflation rate should be the bottom line for any rate that you're going to give. So any rate you're going to have must be inflation plus whatever spread you want to give on that money. But in our own country, we have an institution that is giving mortgage at almost half or 40% of the inflation rate. That is a huge opportunity. Secondly, or thirdly, I'd like you to also to note that they have gone digital. One of the things I like to do over the past few years of who have been doing this is to encourage those who are running some of the ministries, departments, and agencies, because we know them. We know the pressure they face from politicians. We know the demands that are made upon them on the name of oversight function. So they have a website, and I've always asked people, go to their website and drop some messages, drop suggestions, some initiatives of how they can do. 2 days ago, they were all here, and they were listening to people to see how they can improve what we are doing. Whether it is Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, whether it is Murphy Real Estate Investment Fund, or whether it is NMRC or Family Home Fund, we must have to meet them and ask them to come in. Good a thing, when Murphy came in, you are speaking about, we told them that anything above single digit is not going to work. And they were proposing 15% blended rate and all that, the same grammar that NMRC spoke at that time, blended rate and all of that. And we told them anything above single digit. That was why they made it 9.75%, so that they said they obeyed us. It was a pressure from AIHS that led to that. The CANCOM agreeing to give 25% of somebody's RS, retirement service account, for equity for home ownership came from AIHS. The pressure we put on them caused them to say, we have to do something. These people have been disturbing us. And we are now going, like I mentioned earlier, to get down to developers, get down to primary mortgage bank. We need to see your scorecard so that we can let people know that we're not only gathering here as former ministers, former this and that, we are making sure that the housing ecosystem is improved dynamically in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Now, before we wrap up, and take closing remarks from each of the panelists for gender sensitivity and generation balancing. The lady there signals you want to speak, so I think I will yield to her. Lady, yes, please. So let's hear.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you to our moderator for balancing equity. Okay, so quick question. But first of all, I would like to commend the moderator and as well as all our panelists for today. It's been a very insightful discussion, so thank you so much. And I do second her perspective on actually having more inclusive Pan-African discussions, especially from other countries as well. Now, my name is Happiness, and I am a representative of Bloom. Bloom is a smart fittings and accessories company, an Austrian brand, and that gives 15 to 20 years durability in terms of our product quality. Now, I'd like to, we're talking about housing deficit here, right? I'd like to get the panel's opinion. Do you believe that for developers and also real estate experts here in Nigeria, that using substandard building materials as well as substandard interior fittings is actually added to the housing deficit here in Nigeria? And also, how do we move from the stage? Because I've been to a lot of African conferences, and here in Africa, we do a lot of talk, right? So we need to actually reduce the gap between all the policy discussions that we're having, moving on to actions. And I'm so glad to hear the Honorable Sir saying that we can actually have 21 years. In 21 years, we can actually start taking actions towards that. So my question is in terms of all of this using substandard fittings, how can we ensure that developers are actually meeting the standards for this real estate projects for long-term value? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that intervention. I'm sure that will be taken up during the 1 minute final wrap-up by each of the discussants here. That will also be attended to. I'll start with Mr. Omotosho.
Okay, so
last remark, closing remarks.
Yes, so my remark is actually to speak with the gentleman that claimed that there is no mortgage in Nigeria. I want to assure you that, in the Bible, they say our people perish due to lack of knowledge. There is mortgage that is working in Nigeria. The gentleman you just mentioned can actually walk into any of the mortgage banks and he would secure mortgage. It is definite. There's no magic about it. If you are structured and you can prove that you are structured, you get a mortgage. I mean, it's not a matter of lie. It's practical. Okay. You can say it will take you time. Well, I don't know about that. It depends on how far you can get the documents. But you will get a mortgage, definitely. Okay. Thank you.
Is that his closing remark? Over to Reverend Chime.
My own is just to thank everybody on this panel and to thank everybody out there and to let us know one thing. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. And that step has been taken. What remains for all of us is not just to hear what we are sharing and myself sharing, but what do I take away from here to influence decisions in my office, influence decisions in my family, and influence decisions in my community. And that for me is the focus of why I'm here. How can we collaborate, leverage on the experience and the knowledge we have and be able to take away something from the network? And as far as the informal housing sector is concerned, we have to take the advocacy to the subnationals and use peer review mechanism. What is happening in Lagos or what has happened from the time of BRF is novel. We must escalate it and point it out so that others can see the pathway to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Chime. Now over to Prof.
Right, thank you so very much. I will respond to Mr. Balugumbe. That will also speak to what Madam from Liberia raised as well. And that is, if we are going to follow the framework that is used by Nigeria Economic Summit Group, which already AIHS is doing from the feedback we got now on shift in policy, that will be to identify the initiatives across the various stakeholders, which means what we are recommending from this show is not only about government, it's also about us, all right? And then we put the initiatives there, and in front of each of them, who is responsible? Is it government or those of us in the private sector? Now, when we do that as well, we will put it together in such a way that it is not peculiar to Nigeria. Then we can now send it to all those countries that participated in the show. And even beyond that, those that were not here, but they are part of the 54-country African continent. So if we do that, then not only are we getting output from this show to those that participated, but we are building a stronger intervention by AIHS in the entire African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. We have move over to Dr. Akiumi. Your closing remarks.
Well, my conclusion is that in order to foster inclusive development in Africa, I mean the entire African continent, there must be some policy reforms, regulations, and actions that can engender bringing people from the informal sector to the formal sector. It's not going to be achieved overnight, but we have continuous programs and policies. Things will change. And this is not about public-private sector alone. The generality of Africans must be involved through actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In a nutshell, our capital, the key takeaway is Africa's housing crisis is inseparable from informality and informal housing. Solving this crisis requires embracing informality as part of the solution, not treating it as a problem to eliminate. The most valuable part is upgrading and integrating informal settlements into urban planning while reforming land, finance, and governance systems to make housing affordable and inclusive. Thank you everyone for being patient with us. We come to the end of this session. We now have another photo session before we depart. And for this, I also want to call up stage the chairman of AIHS to join us for this session. The minister from Liberia, please can you join us? And the commissioner for housing from Cross River, please join us as well. And of course, we'd like to, if Prof can join us. Prof, please. Prof is a legend. We want to join us. For picture. Just for picture. Where do you want us to stay? Okay. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you give them a warm round of applause? You're clapping like you're cold. Please make it harder. Thank you very much. The session we just listened to was on can Africa solve the housing crisis without solving informality? And it's really been an insightful session, listening to the depth of knowledge of those on the panel. A round of applause for the moderator, Mr. Adeni Akinlusi, MDCO, Lekki Worldwide Investment Limited. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for coordinating this session. We also had Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, Chief Executive Officer, Financing and Partnerships Africa Limited, FIMPA. A round of applause for him. Greenstem. All right. Dr. Adeni Akinlusi is the MDCO of Greenstem Group and not Lekki Worldwide. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi. Thank you also, Surveyor Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime, Chairman Copen Group. And we also had on that panel Professor Biodun Adedipe. Please give all of them a sound round of applause. Thank you. May I also recognize the presence of Honorable Florence Kateka B. Bay. G. Bay, Managing Director, National Housing Authority, Republic of Liberia. Please give her a round of applause. Good to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going straight to listen to some of our sponsors and some brands who are here. They have presentations to make to sell their brand to us so that we get to know more about them. And the first on my list today is no other but Lesso. Please, a round of applause for the representative of Lesso as they come forward to tell us what Lesso is all about. Please give them a resounding round of applause as they come forward. If you were here yesterday and you partook in the Proma Paint raffle draw, I just want you to stay put because that will be happening in a very short while, and then you stand a chance to win 200,000 naira or 100,000 or 50,000 naira. I believe a lot of us here have our tickets. Do you have yours? Let me see your hands. Ah, okay, she does. You do, okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Richard from Leso. I'm sales manager. We have a presentation to do today, and we want you to please watch the slides carefully. We'll be entertaining your questions in writing because we want to attend to you very properly to answering these questions. Thank you very much. We wish you a happy viewing.
In this new era for infrastructure, we devote our ingenuity to every city and every space. Leso pipes and fittings have always grown with society, keeping pace with the times. We lead the green growth and sustainable development of the pipeline industry, empowering its course through technology. We firmly implement the strategy of strengthening manufacturing by introducing the world's most advanced intelligent production equipment to promote smart manufacturing and developing an efficient, green, and intelligent industrial chain. We use big data applications, human-machine collaboration, information-based production management, and automatic transportation of manufacturing lines to carry out automatic batching, weighing, packaging, and coding. After the products leave the factory, the source can be traced to ensure guaranteed quality. We achieve 24-hour uninterrupted production with Internet Plus and Digital Lighthouse factories, injecting extra energy into high-quality economic development and creating new advantages for international competition within the pipeline industry. We continue to expand the upstream and downstream industry chain, developing and producing a full range of products with over 10,000 varieties. Lead-free water supply pipes ensure safe water use. Our drainage pipes are environmentally friendly, pressure resistant, and durable. Gas pipes have advantages of excellent anti-corrosion and temperature resistance. Electrical and communication pipes with flame retardant insulation, good impact and corrosion resistance, which guarantee a safe electricity supply. Flame retardant, high temperature resistant fire pipes can prevent burning, while underfloor heating pipes with rapid cycles, anti-clogging technology, and accelerated heat dissipation deliver health and warmth to thousands of households. We provide more scientific, accurate, and efficient solutions for all walks of life, helping new urbanization and residential upgrading, collecting global pipeline data to build a livable and resilient city with an innovative, intelligent piping network, and making the city breathable and elastic like a sponge, while contributing to a low-carbon environment and activating rural revitalization. We are the guardians behind the mega projects in many countries, demonstrating our strong manufacturing capabilities in the global market. Starting in 1986, after more than 30 years, we still remain true to our roots.
From the domestic market to the world, from the beginning of a dream to the first echelon of advanced global pipelines.
We continue to break down barriers. Guided by scientific innovation, we accept rigorous product testing and accreditation, and have been granted numerous national patents and qualifications. Encouraging us to constantly explore, always stay focused, professional, and sincere, with our customers' best interests in mind. With our widespread sales network, we have laid out an ecological platform for the entire industry chain. We remain true to our original beliefs and bravely stand at the forefront, actively grasping overseas opportunities and embracing globalization, connecting the world with high-quality products and services and building a better life for global residents. We pursue sustainable development to build a better future. Lesso.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. This is what Lesso is bringing to Nigeria. And we're bringing it to your doorstep. We are bringing it to bear. This is intelligent technology for every home in Nigeria. Now we have well-finished switches. These are flame protection capabilities. Also with heat, it will not upsurge in power supply will not affect your switches when in use. We also have these floor drains. Will not allow smell in your bedroom. We drain your water properly and will not allow smell in your homes. This one is a household material. You already know. It's kitchenware. Then we have the PPR. These are not breaking, they are not clogging, they are very healthy for waterworks. Imagine I carry this with my two hands, very light. So this is a new technology for your kitchen, very economical for you to use for every home, very affordable. I said it is very affordable, very light. It will improve your building integrity. When you talk about building collapse, these are the materials that will help and protect your buildings against collapse and improve your building integrity. We also have them for infrastructural development. So you can come to our showroom and see what we have. We have our warehouse in Lagos. We have manufacturing plant in Lagos. You can come over and see. We are open for business. We are also asking for distributors to come and take the product around the world, not just Nigeria, around Africa and other parts of the world. We want to take Lesso to stock exchange market, like Dangote and others, in Nigeria markets, in Africa markets. Thank you very much. I wish you a happy stay. I wish you an amazing day. God bless you all. All right. Again, I will introduce you to my boss to give you a few talk. Here is Mr. Toy from Lesso. A round of applause.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am the general manager of the Leso Nigeria industry, FZE. Okay, and I'm truly delighted that we took part in the Abuja housing show. This is event is very meaningful for the house in the future in Nigeria or the Africa. Okay, and my company Neso is the global leader in the piping solutions. We have the factory in Lagos, Lake. This is the biggest factory in Nigeria for manufacture the pipes and fittings for the water pipe and the drainage pipe and the PVC conduit. So can I share our the video of the company?
Already presented.
Yeah. 你可以把那个turn on the video.
Yeah, already played already.
Played already. Okay. So I know everyone saw the video before, so you know Leso has a lot of the pumping material and the building material. We have the showroom in the Vidonia Island, and we believe that where Leso can solution the water linkage for the house in the house. We building the people building the house. I want the people can live the good house to enjoy the life. So we are here and we are coming to the Nigeria, and we will. I believe the people will know Leso pipe. Leso is our products is very famous in the world, and we have the factory in Nigeria, in Tanzania, in Ethiopia, in Angola, and South Africa. This is in Africa. We also have the factory in America, in Brazil.
Please, a round of applause for them.
Yeah,
thank you. A round of applause. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Please make it louder for them. Make it louder. Thank you.
That was the GM Leso. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, he has established that they are all around the world, even as far as other countries in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll be hearing another presentation from another brand in the construction and design field. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Matilda Woods for their presentation. Please, a round of applause. Keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming.
Hello. My name is Saeed. I'm representing Matilda Wood today. So Matilda Wood is the exclusive representative of Starwood in Nigeria, the decorative melamine faced board. Starwood is the wood-based panel of choice for almost all tasks in furniture making and interior fixtures and finishes. It is made up of decor paper impregnated with melamine resin, which is pressed into the core by heat and pressure. So it is easy to work, and thanks to the different core and quality and variety of decors. It is certain to be suitable for almost any area for use, regardless of the requirement sets, residential furnitures for both carcass and fronts, shops and trade fair stands, construction, hotels, and catering and clinics as well. Yes. So this is the products we introduce. We have Starwood, we have Gizia, we have Portugal. Next, please. Next. So Starwood has a very high capacity. So we produced around 300 sheets every day as 290,000 meter square area. Next, please. So this is our boards. Is protected is well protected from any damages or anything. And the board size is 280 by 210 centimeters with 18 mm thickness and 8 mm thickness as well. Next. And our Starwood boards also is manufactured according to European standards. So it's E1 certified, which means it has low formaldehyde emissions. So it's safe for indoor use, it's safe for your children, inside their bedrooms, kitchens. Okay, next. Okay. And as well, Starwood care about the nature, about the environment. So that's why we have the FSC certificate. So every tree we cut, we plant a tree instead. From nature for life. Next, please. As we said we have the E1 certificate. So we have the EN312, the EN324, and the EN322. So we are into all Europe. And this is our European certificate as well. Okay. So Starwood is into 52 countries around the world. So you can imagine how big Starwood is. Thank you. So now I would like to introduce Mr. Edmond from Starwood. Please all clap for Mr. Edmond.
Hello, thank you. Well, I'm Edmund. I'm Regional Business Development Manager from Starwood. I think you heard a lot of technical terms now. Now we go to some aesthetical. You will feel the structure of Starwood, that our material is very natural. We will send some samples to you now so you can feel our wood and textures, which they are very natural and trendy also. We have, next please, we have our synchron collection, which is imitate the natural feeling of wood on our melamine faced chipboard, particle board, okay? Maybe we can send some samples for you so you can feel physically the samples. And these boards, you can use them in all your interior design project, like kitchens, wardrobes, dressing, bedrooms. Even you can do the wall cladding with them, okay? So my colleague here will send you some samples so you can feel the structure of wood, okay, which is very natural, and it comes with very high specifications that you cannot find in natural wood, okay? This wood doesn't want any treatment like paint or something. It's ready to cut and install in your projects. It's easier for you for the production and for your timeline in your projects. So it doesn't take a lot of time to produce these projects in the future. And we have a lot of variety, not only wood. Please next also. You can see our boards. It doesn't mean it's only wood. We have also stone textures, concrete textures, even textile. Okay, next please. This is our many type of wood also. Please next. Okay. In addition to the wood colors, you have this the glossy effect, glossy panels that you can mix and match in with the Starwood colors, as we represent also Gizir. You can do a combination of colors with the wood. You have the glossy option and also the matte. Matte also now is very trendy. Next, please. With the matte effect, you have the problem of fingerprint usually. With Technomatte technology, which is the nanotechnology acrylic, okay, you don't have this issue anymore, the fingerprint issue. So you will see now some samples and you can try it by yourself. We have very trendy colors like the olive green or the burgundy, and also the terracotta, which is very trendy now in the market. Next, please. To add more elegance to your projects, we have the 3D panels, ready-made 3D panels. No need now to use the CNC panel machines to do these designs. It's already there in our on our boards. Okay, it's easier to cut and install them in your interior designs and furniture. Next, please. For the wall claddings, we have another solution. It's the wall profiles. Very trendy now. It is same color as the boards. You can cover all the walls with these wall profiles. It gives you the modern effect, and it is a good combination with our Starwood products also. Next, please. And to do the lipping as the edge band, to cover the core of the boards, the particle board, we have the PVC edge band, which is the same color and same surface as the panels. Okay, so you can cover the edges, so you cannot see the particle boards inside the panel. Okay, thank you for your attention, and we invite you to visit our booth, our stand, next to the exhibition, next to the conference area here. So you can see all these panels and decors on bigger scale, and you can take a look on some cabinets executed by these panels. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Starwood or Matilda Wood. All right, so I want to understand which one is it, Matilda Wood or Starwood? Okay. All right, great. Please, another round of applause for them. Thank you very much. We're moving on to another presentation from Nigerite. Please, if you're here, just make it beautiful. Please, a round of applause for Nigerite. Let them tell us what they are about.
According to your height. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on already established protocol. My name is Callisto Susude from ITEX Group. Just to make it clear, not just from Nigeria, but from ITEX. So in Nigeria, ITEX Nigeria has two companies, Nigerite Limited and Emenite Limited. Please, let's move. So just a brief introduction of the group. ITEX Group has its headquarters in Belgium, and we have different brands. The group has over 13,500 teammates across the continent, with over 160 sites of plants and sites. So basically what the group does, they are in building performance, exteriors, industry, insulation, and new ways. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Thank you. Go back. So I would want to pause with a lot of stories about the group. So I've given a brief introduction of the group. So now to talk about ITEX Nigeria, that has Nigerite Limited and Emenite Limited. I believe that the elders here will know Nigerite and Emenite very well. It's actually a household name. So for us, we are into fiber cement technologies, and we are number one in fiber cement manufacturing in Nigeria. Here are different brands that we have under the company: Calcicil, Lightspan, Calcicraft, and Solo Extra. Please, next. This is just to show a certification from different organizations. Because we know before now, people used to call our product asbestos product. So just to set it clear that for over 20 years now, we've not been using asbestos in our production. Asbestos is just a fiber, but we have a new fiber that's eco-friendly that we use in our production. So these are different certifications from Standard Organization of Nigeria, Federal Ministry of Environment, and also Lagos State Government. Thank you. Next, please. So the categories we have the roofing. Another roofing, we have the lifespan and Solestra. We also have our ceiling. We have our building boards, and also we have our accessories. Next, please. So what are the, please keep going, next, please. So this just to talk about the advantages of our product. Why use our product? First one is they do not rust. They are water resistant, very economical and cost effective. Please, next. They do not burn and they do not air the spread of fire. Hold it, go back a bit, please. So just to share and improve features of our autoclave ceiling sheets, because people have been using our product, but we've improved on the qualities of the product. So we have a higher dimensional stability now, a lighter in color, smoother finish, less heavy, and also impact resistant. Next, please. Yeah, so to talk about the roofing sheets, like I said earlier, we have two brands, Lifespan and Solestra. Next. Yeah, these are the Lifespan. So you can see we have about 3 colors now. Initially, we have only 1 color. Out of innovation and request from people, they needed something different. That's how we came about the 2 different colors. You can see the red and the brown. Next, please. Next. Yeah, this is just to show a project in Oyo State where the solar extra was used. This Cap Film Village completed April 2026. Next, please. So this is a summary of the benefits of our products. I wouldn't want to dwell much on this, but it's good to know that our fiber cement roofing sheet has high thermal insulation properties. And also in terms of noise, it has good noise resistance, which maintains high acoustic advantages. These 2 advantages are actually why people love the product. And for me, I would say this is a functional roof. If you're under a building where you have this, no noise and no more challenge from heat change. Next, please. Next. Yeah, just to show you some pictures of projects we did with our ceiling materials. Next, please. Next. So we move on to the building boards. And the brand name for our cement board is Calci boards. In case you go out there, try to remember Calci boards, because we have different brands of cement boards out there, but the best remains Calci boards. And we have them in different thicknesses, 6 mm, 8 mm, 10 mm, 12 mm, and also 20 mm for different applications. Next, please. Applications like ceiling, applications like roof underlay, in wet areas, the floor, the partitions, the soffits, the fascias. These are where you can use Calci building boards. We call it performance board because it can actually do a lot. It is fire resistant, it is water resistant, and impact resistant. So you can use it to do a lot of things. You can use it to force wall, force beams, a lot of things. Next, please. Next. All right, so picture speaks a lot. So this is an ongoing project at Asheshe, Ogun State. This is a dry construction building. The external walls you see there are done with fiber Calci boards. This cladding It's still ongoing, about 7,452 square meters done. Asheshe, Ogun State. Thank you. Next, please. This is here in Abuja. This is a hotel apartment cladding. So the cladding you are seeing there is done with calci boards. And the reason the client chose our board is because it's fire resistant and impact resistant. It accepts paint very well. You can do any kind of painting on this material. And the good thing about it is, next year, if you want to change the look of your facade, you can actually repaint it to another color instead of changing it entirely, or maybe when it's dirty, you couldn't clean it, you want to change the whole facade. But with calciboard, you can repaint and give your building a new look. Next, please. Yeah, this is apartment wall partitioning in Bodile on Ikoyi. This project is still ongoing. This specifically 39 Bodilon is a great project, about 26 floors, and they are using calci boards for their internal partition. Next, please. Now, this is already completed. It's an event center at Okeja, Anambra State. Next, please. Yeah, this is a dry construction. You can see the picture there showing the frames, and the whole cladding work was done with calci board. This is hospital wall cladding at Ebute Meta, Lagos. Next, please. Now, this church internal wall cladding, I supervise the project personally, and it's an interesting project. By the right-hand side, you see where the boards are being fixed, screeded, and the left side shows you the painting. This is done in Maryland, Lagos, already completed in February last year. Next, please. Yeah, this is an event center in Enugu State, Independence Layout. Is an internal wall cladding. All those wall cladding you're seeing were done with calci boards, completed February last year. Next, please. Yeah, this is a petrol station at Otaungu State. The reason why calci board was chosen for this selling job was because of fire-resistant property it has. So they considered it the best option to use. Next, please. Yeah, this is somewhere in maybe Lagos State. The horizontal finish you are seeing there was done with calci board. The left side showed you when they were doing it, completed, and there in the night, you can see how beautiful it is. Next, please. This is the back of the same TFC restaurant in Obebi, Lagos State. Next. Thank you. This is a cladding work in our premises in Lagos State, Nigeria's office in Lagos State. Left side is when they were doing it. Right side completed. And it's still standing. We actually repainted it because this was done in 2014. So we repainted it this year just to keep it going. Next, please. Now, this is a project we did at Lekki, Lagos. We did something like this in our office, and the client saw this and loved it and asked us to come and replicate that in his place. So this is dry construction, no block wall, just with galvanized metals, cladded with calci boards. Internally, they use 6 mm for ceiling, partition 8 mm. The external wall cladding was done with 10 mm board. Next, please. Yeah, this is decorative ceiling with calci boards in Akwa Ibom, Uyo, Akwa Ibom. Next. The same. Next, something. Yeah, this is a decorative facade. Go back a bit. You can actually achieve something like this with calci board. It only takes an experienced installer, and it's part of what we do. We do trainings. We train people on how to use this board, how to install them, and that way creating jobs for installers. So they can actually give you this kind of facades using calci boards, and that's a beautiful thing. Next, please. So this is an incredible project. You know, the client couldn't, come up with a material to use to achieve this kind of curve. So when they came to us, they were doubting it, but we said, no, we can actually use calci board to achieve a curved surface. And you can see Top left is where the project started. You can see the building, while we are doing the framing, while we are doing the budding, and when it's finished. This is a wonderful project. Next, please. Aha, something new. Thank you. So the new thing we have, next, we have a new product, still on fiber cement based. Please play the video. So this is about a fiber cement product, just like the calci board, but here you don't need to screed and paint. It comes out finished already. You know, somehow it's not totally a replacement because, yeah, you know, the market is too large. But instead of using ties, you can use this to finish your walls. Instead of using wallpaper, you can use this to finish your walls because of the advantages they have. This is fire resistant as well, impact resistant, water resistant. You can imagine using my board. Play a board of this format. Just watch this short video. Trying to finish this surface. This is a fiber cement board with prints on them already. The name is Simplissima, coming from the word simple. Please, next. No. Move ahead. So here, so just to let you know, Simplissima is a fiber cement board. Thickness is 6 mm. This can serve as a decorative and a constructive material. Why this? So it has all the benefits of fiber cement: water resistant, fire resistant, impact resistant, mold resistant, and it's easy to maintain this, you know. And in terms of installation, it's faster. It saves you like 50 to 80% installation speed. So please, next, I would like to show you why it's faster and the best. Next. Play the video, please. So this is just a short demonstration to show you how fast it is to use this product. I will close with this video. So please, Simplissima, it's an interesting innovation that we are bringing to the market. A lot of people had already embraced it. It has been used in Lagos State Teaching Hospital, Ikeja, and a lot of individuals had also used it in their buildings. And this to show you how fast, if you look at the left side, within 27 minutes, we are done with a wall. But we are still going 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days using time to make similar thing. So this is a large format board, 1.2 meter, 2.4, but easy to install. It's an interesting thing. So thank you for the attention. And we are just by the exit. I know a lot of people have visited, but please, if you have not visited us, do well to visit us because we like the engagement, the energy. Thank you very much.
That was a very detailed presentation. Please, another round of applause for them. They went as far as showing us detail, and I like that. Well done. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had a presentation from Proma Paint. And interestingly, they gave us a teaser, you know, and they told us there was a raffle draw. And then at some point when I mentioned yesterday that they were not going to complete the raffle draw yesterday, somebody was like, oh, I caught you. That was you. Anyways. So today, they are going to fulfill their promise. So they are coming up shortly, or rather, right now, to complete the raffle draw. I hear there are 10 slots. I told you yesterday, if you have any god you want to call the god, because we're talking about 200,000 to be won. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Proma Paint. Keep it coming, keep it coming.
All right, so I would like to call on Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, please. you'd help us pick one, our first winner for today. And as I hold this mic, I am praying I am the one. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir.
You are praying you are the one. I am praying that I'm the one too.
And the winner is Ilyasu Musa. Who is that? Ilyasu. Bring it, let's see. A round of applause for Ilyasu Musa.
On behalf of this company, I'm presenting you 50,000 naira. Congratulations. Yeah. Congrats.
And the winner is Favor Atta. Favor Atta, is she here? Favor Atta. Next. William Eje James. William Eje James. William Eje James. Not here. Kotim Adama. Kotim Adama. A round of applause for her.
I can't continue to be picking this in for free. Oh. You have been awarded a sum of 50,000 naira shopping voucher. Congratulations. Yeah.
50,000 naira. A round of applause for her. Abdul Hassan. Abdul Hassan. Are you here?
No.
It's not here. Another one, sir. Then forget it. Fidelis Dodo. This sounds like my name. Fidelis Dodo.
Not here?
Not here. Linda Orji. Linda Orji.
You know her.
She's not.
You know her.
Someone also knows somebody. Linda Orji. Ah. Abdulum Uritala Suliat. Suliat.
No, yeah.
Not here.
Ah.
Peace. Edit. Peace. Edit. Not here.
No, yeah.
Is Peace here? She's coming.
From where? Okay. You know him. You know her. You know her? Is your girlfriend? You have the ticket? You don't know. Eh? Okay. Hey, my own now.
Ha. Mahmoud Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim Mahmoud. Is he here?
Yeah.
A round of applause for Abdul Karim Mahmoud. He is right here.
This is here.
Abdul Karim Mahmoud.
Congratulations.
Who is Linda Oji? Did I call Linda Oji?
On behalf of promo, you are being promoted with a 50,000 naira ticket for chopping. Congratulations.
Linda Oji is here. A round of applause for her.
Yeah. Excellent. I'm very happy.
Elder.
Promo. You have been promoted with a token amount of 50,000 naira. You look like my daughter. I told you yesterday. Now today is the reward day. Congratulations.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi. Thank you, sir. Let's call on Elder Motosho to come help us with picking some names. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Perpetua Lorani. Perpetua. Perpetua.
Not here.
Inuifo Okon. Imofon Okon.
Not here.
Tandy Dilamini. Tandy. No.
Not here. Go ahead, sir.
Peculiar Eric. Peculiar Eric.
Is she here? Peculiar Eric. Where is she? A round of applause for Peculiar, ladies and gentlemen. Go Pecky, go Pecky, go Pecky. Sorry, come. What's the name? Williams Edge James is here. We called his name earlier. A round of applause for him. Congratulations. Everyone who has won 50,000. I know the reason my name has not been picked is because the 200K is for me.
Boye Sanda. Boye Sanda.
Bonye Sanda. Not
Sonda.
here.
Boye Sonda.
Not here.
Christiana Bello.
Christiana Bello. Christiana Bello. Christiana Bello. Not here.
Ishaku Peter.
Ishaku.
Peter.
Ishaku Peter is not here.
Francis Ekego.
No.
Francis.
We cannot do that. That's the rule.
Francis Ekego is not there. Dumebi Ayamika. It just Dumebi Ayamika.
Sorry, Proma. Can we give someone who does not have the other side? Can you call your phone number for us? What? 090 190 58 185. Here is 187, so you are not the one. She's the one. Please put your hands together for her. Sorry. A round of applause for peace.
Khadija Ugono. Khadija. Khadija.
What's your name?
She's here.
Sorry, you called it Perpetua. Perpetua. I think she's here. So just check through.
Amen.
This envelope is finished, you know. What is this? No, it's with her. It's with her. She is the one. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. One more to go. One more. Father Lord. Pick my name now.
Martins Ojo.
Martins Ojo, and he is right here. Bros, me and you go guide with this money. Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Proma Paint. They have their stand. Go there and get to know more information about them. Yesterday, they did a presentation, and I'm sure they said all they have to say about who they are and what they stand for. Thank you. A round of applause for them once again.
Proma Paints. Well done. No, I'll soon go outside and start shouting, we no go agree, oh, we no go agree. Proma Paints, we no go agree. Anyway, please, a round of applause for Proma Paints. Thank you very, very much. That was a very interesting session, and thank you for the incentives. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the panel session, and I'll just quickly call out the names of our panelists, but while that will be going on, there'll be a quick presentation while they come up. The panel session is on, the topic is From Conversations to Commitment, What Must Africa Do by 2030? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session is no other person than Mrs. Nkiru Arom. Please, a round of applause. She's the MD CEO, New Enugu City Development Agency. Please, ma'am, can we have you on the podium? Just take one of the seats. Thank you. Another discussant on this panel is the CEO UPDC PLC, in the person of Mr. Odunayo Ojo. Please, a round of applause as he makes it up to the stage. Thank you, sir. A round of applause. Sir, you've made a very great impression on me already. No doubt. Since Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. Very demure, calm. It doesn't stress. Just walks gently. Well done, sir. Moving on to the next person on the panel this afternoon is Professor Olumide Olusoya, the professor at University of Lagos. He will also be doing a presentation once I'm done with calling the names. Please put your hands together for him. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Thank you. We'd also like to invite on stage Dr. A very vibrant man. We've heard of him. He has been here a lot of times. We're going to hear him speak again. Very passionate when he talks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the CEO of FIMPA, Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi. Please, a round of applause. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Thank you. Another member of this panelist this afternoon is the MD Wema Board, Mr. Bashir Oladuni. Please, a round of applause as we have him on stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sir, we would like to have you come up for the presentation just before the conversation starts, and you hand over to Mrs. Nkiru Arom to moderate the session. So over to you, please. You can sit there if you want. No, it's okay.
Um, Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Now, I'm supposed to be just one of the panelists, but I'm an architect and I only speak with pictures. So the next slide, please. Now, I've been here since Tuesday, and all I keep hearing is that government must provide for all and everybody because the Constitution says that everybody is entitled to housing. Now, the issue is this. All kinds of examples were used from advanced countries. No, nobody was discussing where would be money to build these houses. Where is it to come from? Two, given the cost of housing, how is that to be achieved? Now, one thing we just need to, okay, all this is based on the assumption that Nigeria is a rich country and that the problem here is one about distribution of resources. That this oil money is enough to provide housing for everybody. Now, the first thing is this. There is such a thing as production and consumption. You can't build houses like this. This is so much wasteful. More than 3,000 years ago, the Greeks developed rope and pulleys, all kinds of tools for construction. We build at the most primitive level in the 21st century. It is so wasteful. It is not possible given the way that we build. And the real issue that needs to be addressed is that without technological development, there can be no economic development. And there is nothing we are producing in this country. We are just so incredibly technologically backward. Nothing. I understand we don't even produce pencils. So how is this to happen? It's just assumed that you have oil. Now, please, let's just understand something. Wealth is not about natural resources. Wealth is about value addition to natural resources. That is why some of the wealthiest countries in the world do not have natural resources. And Japan is the case study, is the poster country for that. Neither rubber, nor steel, nor oil. Japan does not have anything. It imports all these natural resources and adds value and sells them to the world, and that is where it gets its wealth from. So next slide, please. Now, the thing is that I don't have the temperament to keep talking. When I say something, I provide solution. Now, this is about bicycle operated crane. If you look at this construction that is going on, I devised a crane, okay, for lifting components in place, and it is bicycle operated. And this was 2004. Next slide, please. Next slide. technology, technology, technology. We see all kinds of marvelous things being done in Japan. And we just marvel. But in this country, we just don't seem to care. So that's bicycle crane. The components are precast. This is the assemble. Just really simple tools. Okay, this is a replacement for the first slide that you saw, with all those scaffolding, with all those that go to waste. These are simple tools, and they work. And the importance of this technology is that it enhances labor rather than eliminate labor. Next slide. And this is what we built with it. Now, this is club cooperative housing at Oniru Estate. There are 10 houses here. So 10 people came together and built this together on 3 plots of land. So there is the economy of land given the design. Those high-level windows that you have at wind catchers, so that it ensures natural ventilation without dependence on air conditioning. So 10 people came together and developed this together. The cost of the land was 20 M, and it came to about 2 M per individual. And using this technology, the reduction was, the whole thing came, for the individual, came to about 4.5 or 6.5 M. At that time, the going rate for 10-bedroom terraces in Victoria Island was about 15 M or more than that. But by coming together and cooperative and using a technology that makes for large-scale housing production. Next, please. Okay, this is a project that we did for Fashola administration. that's about 96 units in 2 blocks. Next slide. The components are precast. Next slide. And assembled. Now, for this assemblage, we were using a 50-ton mounted crane. And because of the scale of the project, we still achieved really dramatic cost savings. But we decided that we need to have more indigenous value addition. Next slide, please. So we devised a technology. This is, you find this, what is called, go back please. This is what is called bridge crane or overhead traveling crane. This is what you have in most factories have this, and it allows you to transport components or materials and deliver it with precision. But the factory itself has the infrastructure for this. Next slide, please. So this is the technology that we have co-opted. Co-opted this technology. The structure of the building under construction is co-opted as support infrastructure, providing the runway for the crane. This is equivalent of massive development of plant and equipment for industrial production achieved with minimal capital outlay, translating into huge gains in efficiency, cost, time, and quality. Next slide. So this is the concept. The precast slabs itself acts as the bridge of the crane, and you transport it any kind of distance. Because the issue with cranes actually has to do with the cantilever. The boom requires that you have, for any kind of large construction, you have to deploy really massive cranes. But you can see, this is, next slide. Oh, beautiful. This is working. So the precast slabs are brought. The vertical transport is not an issue at all. It is the horizontal transport. That's where you have the moments, that's where you really need the heavy equipment. But in this case, the construction itself, the building under construction, is the infrastructure. And these are really simple equipment. Everything is indigenous. Okay, next slide, please. So you move it from, now, this is not, it is animation, but it's not a dream, okay? And a prototype is being built at the University, Department of Architecture at the University of Lagos. Let me just say this, I'm actually presently an adjunct professor because I retired from the services of the university, but I still work as adjunct in the department, and they give me a place to be doing my tinkering. And for this work, 2004, this work received a certificate of award from the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Okay, so it has the validation of the highest level of engineering in this country. Next slide. So you can see the precast slides. Next slide. Those blocks are interlocking blocks. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Now, the work we did for the Lagos for Fashola administration at the time achieved up to 85% local value addition in the value chain. The adoption of factory production assembly process utilizing synchronized system of co-opted plant and traveling equipment and machinery developed and fabricated in Nigeria would eliminate the necessity of imported high-capacity truck-mounted or tower crane, which is to say that we did that in 2015, and what we now have in 2026 can achieve more than 95% local value addition in the value chain. Next slide. Thank you very much. So the issue is really that we must develop technologically. A country where 200 million people, agriculture is still being done by hoes. Farmers bend down. More than 3,000 years ago, plowing had been invented. What is going on here? So if we do not learn to translate education into production, we're just wasting our time. We are just really wasting our time. And the country will continue in poverty. Technological development is the key. There is nothing the government can do if the educated elite do not learn to produce. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. It's always an honor to listen to you because you bring action into the room. We appreciate you so much, sir. Thank you. So the conversation today is, we have had a lot of conversations. Who has been here since the beginning of the week? And I see some hands up. Excellent. All of us have been here. Who has attended previous versions of this show? Can I see your hands up? Excellent. So you know that we have been having conversations not only in this year, but in the years past. And in every session, we go always from conversations to commitments. So now the question is, having sat together as a family for affordable housing, for land administration, what must Africa do by 2030 to move from where we are? Let me give you a roundup of what we have spoken about during the week. Day one, we started by focusing on finance, because we know that finance runs through the gamut of the value chain, and that we know that financing in affordable housing still excludes the majority. Why do we say that? 90% of Africans are in the low-income cadre, believe it or not. So we must have a product that speaks to our people, and that is a product that speaks to 90%. So we focused on housing finance models for the informal sector, which is where most of us play. We also spoke about AI technology, digital information infrastructure in housing delivery. Day two was Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria session, and we continued on housing finance. Who attended the Federal Mortgage Bank session? Excellent. I can see some hands up. Thank you very much. So it looked at the public-private partnerships and unlocking affordable housing for low-income and informal workers in Africa. And then we looked at, can cooperatives actually become the drivers, the largest drivers of housing delivery system? You see, beyond developers, people are gathering into cooperatives to make bold decisions. And in those bold decisions, you have some leverages, you have some spread. Things become more affordable and easier to deal with. So can cooperatives become Africa's largest housing delivery system? Think on that and go home with that, because we plan to move from conversations to commitments. What are you committing to? By day three, we went into land administration. We tried to tackle all angles that affect the value chain of housing delivery. Day three was on land administration reforms. Federal Ministry of Housing was the host. Land as a tool for affordable housing for low-income earners. And we went on, the young ones were not left out during the week. We had the next housing economy. What young Africans are building different from what Prof has explained to us. They must be doing something different, because according to Prof, if you have education and you don't turn it into production, we're not moving forward. Prof, did I get that correct? Thank you, sir. So on this day 4, we are moving from conversations to commitments. What must Africa do before 2030? And I have very senior role models on the stage. Can we give another round of applause to the panelists sitting up here? They are words of wisdom. So I will start by calling on Sir, Town Planner Toyin Ayinde, I know, the former president of the Nigeria Institute of Town Planners. What can we do differently? It's not you. What's your name? Oduayo, I'm very sorry for the mix-up. What can we do differently, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, that's better. So, I like the topic because it's very easy to talk about problems.
Yes.
It's very, very easy. We all know what the problem is, but it's sometimes very difficult to come up with solutions. And that's why sessions like this are perhaps some of the most important in the whole series. But before I answer the question, I would like to acknowledge Prof, because many people may not know, but Prof is a superstar in the University of Lagos community. A round of applause for Prof. While I was a student at the University of Lagos, we normally used to go to a certain house that was designed and developed and built, I believe, by Prof's design. And that house was famous for needing almost zero air conditioning, if I'm correct. And it was built more than 30 years ago. That house cools itself without air conditioning, and I've been inside it. And I think he used to live inside of the house, or used to live around the house at the time.
It's a demonstration project, and so I lived there, and I still live there.
A round of applause for Prof.
Please. My wife is actually an associate professor in the university, so the residence was transferred to her. So that's why after retirement, I'm still there. Some people say the Prof is a squatter, but that's all right.
It's all right. So, and it is important to have that context, especially for those that do not know him. And I really appreciate this platform to also share some of his ideas. So, without taking too much of our time, what should we do differently? I think we need to turn a new leaf in the way we approach the subject of housing. Because over the last 66 years now of independence, I don't think we have really been able to crack this conundrum called housing. And why haven't we been able to crack it? I think a lot of us in this room, included, are thinking about how housing used to be delivered in the past. Somebody came, I think, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, to talk about the mortgage framework being an old framework. It's old, it's set in its ways, and it is not very flexible. It's not forward thinking. So the first thing we need to do differently, in my view, is that we need to bring in the young people. Africa is a young continent. A significant proportion of our population are under the age of 30. And we are still thinking about solving their housing challenges with dated structures. So first and foremost, we need to make sure that we empower the young to start to look at how housing can be delivered differently. I currently mentor a young group of developers. They are 29 years, two of them, they are partners. They also went to the University of Lagos, and they started their own real estate business, homegrown, by delivering very compact houses, studio apartments of about 30 square meters, 1 beds and 2 beds. That's all they do. And they've developed a lot of units in Yaba, developed a lot of units in Surulere. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the younger people resonate with their products. And their products are much cheaper than everything that a lot of my own colleagues are able to build. Because they understand that a young person does not need more than a room and a bathroom to survive. They just moved out of their parents' guest room and they move into that apartment, and that's all they need. They don't need 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4-bedroom villas that many of us build. And if we say there are 80% of our population, who are we building the 4 bedrooms for? We are building for people who probably already own homes. So my first point is we need to empower the young people. Technology, I believe Prof has already touched on that, so I'm not going to belabor it. We cannot solve this problem in the future without applying technology. We need to democratize housing. We need to democratize housing. What do I mean by democratizing housing? Access to housing must be something that a lot of the population can get into. So we need to start thinking about frameworks that assist a vast majority of people to get into the housing discussion. And I don't mean owning houses. I think there's always this challenge around everybody must own a house. This is a very controversial topic, but the reality is that there's nowhere in the world where everybody owns a home. The rental market, I believe somebody also addressed it in one of the panels, the rental and investment market is a very, very strong enabler for ensuring that a lot of people are housed. Somebody said it on the panel that I was on, that in the UK and in many other developed countries, you are a tenant to your bank. Think about it like that. You are actually a tenant to your bank for 30 years, paying your mortgage every month like you are paying your landlord. So it's a quasi-rental approach, but that also generates equity. And finally, the point I'm going to make is around the role that government has to play in making all this happen. And I would summarize it by saying that our government must move from revenue generation to impact making. And I'll give you a simple example. A lot of us developers are not enabled to deliver affordable housing profitably. That's just the truth. But there's a lot of revenue generation in our value chain. You pay to transfer land, you pay for development levy, you pay a lot of statutory fees, and all that adds up to the cost of the houses that become unaffordable. So we have to move from revenue generation to impact. If they waive a lot of these fees and insist that you must develop affordable housing, I believe a lot of developers will listen. Thank you very much.
A massive round of applause for the CEO of UPDC PLC. Thank you so much, sir. And he has given us 3 nuggets that the future of housing belongs to the young people, and we have to allow them to plan and execute what they need, because we may be planning for our needs, but what is needed is for them. And thank you very much. Also, you advised that we democratize housing. And how do we do that? You let us know that we have to have a framework that works for the vast majority of people, not just for a few. And he also mentioned the role government needs to play. Please, can we appreciate him once more? Prof, I'm going to come back to you. You have spoken to us, we will come back. And at this point, please, we respectfully call on Professor Dr. Emmanuel Akisoya, CEO for FinPal, to tell us how we are able to move from conversations to commitment towards 2030 to make a difference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I am Akin Wumi, not Akin Sanya. All the same, thank you very much. It's good to be here again this afternoon. We'll just build what Prof has demonstrated here. A house was built over 30 years ago, and today that house has not been replicated in large quantity. And I was preaching the need for us to be copying shamelessly. What I mean by that is to be replicating best practices. Why should an innovative house be constructed over 30 years ago and up till now? We are still pumping concrete and doing all manners of the absurd, something that doesn't make sense. We spending so much on materials, spending so much time to build, and all of that. Broke, when did we come to Canada for training for mortgage underwriting standard using Emily standard technology? Because Prof was talking about technology. The issue of underwriting, mortgage underwriting. Why are we still spending 6 weeks to 3 months to underwrite an account? Someone apply for a mortgage loan, and for the next 3 months, he's lobbying, he's running around, he's jumping around to find out where are we now, what is the status. It takes only 5 minutes or less to key in information about a mortgage, and you get the answer whether it is approved or it is not approved. 5 minutes, not 5 months. That is technology. Apart from that, a lot of these youths in other parts of the world, they are engaged as mortgage agents. Mortgage agency was one of my areas of activities when I was over there. With mortgage agency, even students can be required, can be hired as mortgage agent. All they need is to pick their laptop, even their mobile phone, and key in information, send it to a mortgage bank. When it is done, approved, they will ask for information, documents. The agent will collect documents from the applicant, send them to the bank will do their own process, and then once it's approved, the mortgage will collect its agency fee from the bank, not from the applicant. A lot of jobs are being generated through that. Even the valuation, it depends on what house are you financing. You are financing a 3-bedroom apartment, they could do technology to do the valuation without sending a physical valuer to the site. How do they do it? The system will scan the environment and look at the comparative prices of the same house that was sold in the last 3 months. What is the price? They will use that one to determine the value of the mortgage or the property. So you don't need to be running around and be paying so heavily to do valuation of properties. Even the insurance will kick in, so many other things will kick in. So going forward, we should wake up from slumber in Africa and imbibe technology wholeheartedly. We are trying. There are a lot of technology intervention in different places, especially in financial services. We need to scale up and also deploy impact capital, which my brother also mentioned there. I don't believe to the school of thought that Nigeria doesn't have money. Count me out. There are a lot of resources in the system that are debt capital. What the mortgage refinancing? If my brother wants to buy a house in another place in Rwanda, let me leave Canada, because you say Canada is not the same as Nigeria. Because people in Canada, they have 2 heads. Let's leave that one. Let's deal with people that have 1 head like us in Kenya and Rwanda. If my brother wants to buy a house, and my own house is valued maybe 100 million naira, and my mortgage balance is only 10 million naira, which means I have so much equity in that house. To help my brother, what I will just do is to submit my house for valuation and refinance it, and cash out money from it, hand it over for my brother, and my brother will become a house owner. Why are we not doing refinancing in Nigeria? What is the problem of doing refinancing? It's a debt capital. When you have a whole house that you don't have any money, you are not owing 1 kobo on it, and you cannot use it to pull out resources to do other things, to do investment housing. It is a debt capital. I mentioned the other day that we have trillions of naira sitting in unclaimed dividends in Nigeria. Who is the owner of that money? Some of them are in heaven or hell, or wherever they belong to. And the money is sitting in the vault of elitist financial institution for nothing. Why can't we mobilize through a policy instrument? All these our brothers and sisters sitting down in the house, in the National Assembly at 2 levels and doing almost nothing. Yes, they are doing almost nothing. You can come and arrest me if you want to. They are doing almost nothing. These are some of the issues they should arrest. They put a policy statement, something in the Senate, and it's approved by the House of the lower Assembly, taking it to Senate and approve that all on unclaimed dividends, we put them into our impact capital to finance housing for the poor. It is doable. Give them 0 interest loan from that capital and give it to the poor. It will make life easy. What about dormant accounts? Dormant account, trillions of naira sitting in dormant accounts. Where are the owner of these dormant accounts? Some of them are around, they don't even know they have money there. Some people open account for their girlfriends, and they don't even know where the girlfriends are anymore. The account is sitting there. Some of the owner of those dormant accounts, they are in heaven or they are in hell. Some of those dormant accounts, the companies were dead. They were dead before Abacha became a president. The company were already dead and buried, but their accounts they are hanging around in trillions of naira, and it's sitting in different bank accounts, and they are using the money to make money for themselves. Put them out. Put them into an impact capital to bless the poor. Okay? So there are so many other resources. There are a lot of houses in this Abuja. The owners are non-existent. You have houses that don't have CFO. That's a different case. You have houses that don't have owners. Empty houses, beautiful, big, huge houses, sitting all over the place. Who are the owners of these houses? They are either in heaven or hell, or they are alive, or you don't even know whether they have properties. Some people build houses, their wife don't even know that they build houses. All over the place, wasting away debt capital. Wake them up, convert them to impact capital, use it to bless the poor. That is the way to go. And generally to African leaders, stop stealing public funds. Even some of them are old. They barely have 10 more years to live. They are still stealing like somebody that don't know when they are living. Stop stealing public funds. Let African children breathe. Let them enjoy the resources that God has bestowed in the continent. That's my last word. Thank you.
I think we have to have an extended applause for Dr. Akinwumi. He is a custodian of money, and he knows where the monies are hidden and latent. And he has advised us on a lot of things. One, he started with digitizing the mortgage process through technology. Thank you. That was a wonderful contribution. And I completely love the deployment of latent capital through refinancing. And he mentioned unencumbered assets. Don't mind all the names he called them, but at least he told us that dormant accounts, unclaimed dividends, these are dormant assets that can be put to work. Thank you for pointing us in those directions, sir. A round of applause. I loved every bit of it. Now we come to the Managing Director of Rema Board, Chief Bashir Oladun. I hope I got that correct. Thank you, sir. What can we do to move from conversations to commitments and have tangible results by 2030 for Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not a chief, but I take it. I take it, and maybe we'll do the coronation after this session. Thank you so much. And the session has been so impactful. I love the passion with which the last the last panelist spoke. For Africa to achieve better by 2030, I believe we need to understand the realities of Africa, such that the housing delivery in Africa will be built towards the realities. And what are the realities? From statistics. Statistics show that African cities will gain 40,000 residents every day. African cities all over. Again, is that over half of the continent will live in the cities by year 2050 in Africa. Further statistics also show that housing deficits exceed 50 million units in the cities of Africa. So for Africa to be able to meet up with the to solve the housing problem by year 2030, it then means that there must be a shift in our mindset. We must begin to see urbanization as an opportunity rather than a challenge. Most African countries sees urbanization as a challenge rather than opportunity. And we all understand that where there is demand, there is always an opportunity. So all this population overcrowdedness that we see in our cities, we should begin to see opportunities therein. And what do I mean? If we see our city centers, statistics have shown that 68% of the populace will live in the city center. It then means that if we're able to solve the issues around housing in the city centers through urbanization or regeneration, we would have been able to solve 68% of our housing problem in Africa. I can cite an example. In Lagos, Wemabod has set up what we call Marina Broad Street Renaissance Group, which is a private-oriented advocacy group of property owners around Marina and Broad Street. And what is that meant for? It's meant to help work with the government to ensure that our city centers, our CBDs are regenerated, such that if you go through Marina Broad Street in Lagos, you will see a lot of abandoned government properties. Defense House, opposite Western House, where our head office is on a floor that is even more than 20 stories, and it's been lying there for years. The Federal Secretariat in Ikoyi is also there. These are edifices that can be easily be converted to residential apartments that will serve the populace and help solve the problem. And Wemabod has taken the first bold step by remodeling a 21-story building, the first of its kind on Marina in Lagos, to residential apartments, and is selling very fast. So to address this, we've set up that body that is also working with the government to ensure that we bring back 24-hour economy into the city center. And the only way that can be done is for us to now begin to rethink our planning laws. Our planning regulations are archaic. Imagine in Lagos, as expensive as land is, we still go by 3 meters setback by the side, 6 meters setback in the front. That's wastage of land and resources as far as we are concerned. So we are working with government to ensure that we bring back 24-hour life through the development of properties that are identified to have redevelopment potential and convert them to mixed use, where you can create within a community people to live, work, and play. And what this will eventually do is to also reduce the travel time. And when you reduce the travel time of individuals, you are also reducing their cost of living. When you reduce the cost of living, they have enough to play around with. Another thing I also want to talk about for African countries to be able to meet up 2030 is for government to be deliberate in encouraging institutional rental housing providers. Wemabod has also taken a bold step in that regard. We believe that not all of us can at the same time own a home, but all of us can live in decent environments. And to that effect, we've been advocating with the government to encourage institutions like Wemabod, like other corporate entities, to become rental housing providers, such that we provide the houses where people can easily live, rather than federal government on its own, even focusing on delivering housing for purchase or for sales. Maybe certain percentage of the housing delivery, for instance, the unit housing of about 30,000 housing delivery. If 10-20% of such is devoted to rental housing purposes, that will also allow people to live in decent environment and be able to meet their needs as we go ahead. Lastly, there is no way African countries will be able to achieve better by 2030 without us looking at how to rejig our data. Without data, there is nothing that can be achieved. Are we even aware of our population to start with? Do we even know what is the size of the middle class that we have? Let me cite an example and why data is very important in housing delivery. I work with Wemabod Limited. In the 60s, Western Nigerian Housing Corporation, which later became Wemabod, went into site and service scheme, and that will also speak to the issue of site and service scheme that was discussed yesterday. And they were able to develop, if you are familiar with Lagos, the entire Oba-Akran, Adeni-Ijos, Aromire, were site and service schemes developed by the Western Nigeria Housing Corporation. The same thing, Bodija in Ibadan. Those areas, Iyagonku, they were areas that were designed through site and service scheme. And what unique point I want to bring out, from the records available in our archives, in all about 3,000 housing slots that were done then in Ikeja and Oba-Akran area, from the records, that we could not find where we have one person having more than one slot of allocation. There was no case then where an individual had more than one. One of the things that had made site and service scheme to fail in the recent time is availability of data. When you attempt to go into site and service scheme, you will be surprised to find that an individual will have more than 100 allocations because there is no data to be able to determine those that are even first home owners. Because when we are talking of affordable housing, we are referring to first home owners. For an individual that already had an accommodation or that already own a house, we cannot be discussing affordable housing for such a person. So there must be technology to drive data and determine who are the real first home owners, first home buyers that actually need housing. Otherwise, we will continue to develop housing and there will be speculations. People will buy up and waiting for it to appreciate. So my belief is that one, urbanization, we must see urbanization in Africa as an opportunity and be able to see how we can rejig the city centers and perhaps adopt means of going vertical instead of horizontal. That will save space and will save cost. You agree with me that the city centers already has all necessary infrastructures that you need to spend money on if you are to go into the green development, where you become the local government of yourself. You provide the road, water, all those infrastructures and services are already available in the city center. It's only for us to rejig using technology to redesign the kind of building that we have in the city center that will be able to cater for more accommodation and also cater for our recreation. And lastly, data is everything. I will say data, and data. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
It keeps getting better, it keeps getting better, and it keeps getting better. Thank you so much, sir. And he did the work he summarized after himself. One, he told us that we must understand the realities. City planning and provision of affordable homes is context dependent. What works in one context may not work in another context. So we really have to understand Africa and the realities in Africa. Thank you so much for that insight. And there's nothing that can replace data. Knowing what you're solving helps you to solve it well. And when you're dealing with allocation of public resource, you must be aware when you start duplicating. And if you do not have the right data, you may not know when that happens. So that was very critical. Thank you so much, sir, for those nudges. Prof, I believe that you have rested. Yes, give us some words of wisdom. How do we make impact before year 2030 to move from conversations to commitments, Prof? Thank you.
Technology. I raise my case.
Wow! I'm tempted to give you a standing ovation, sir. Thank you so much. Prof says it's technology, and technology has run through all the contributions we have received from those panelists. Technology drives data. Technology drives when we want to go into finding the latent as dormant capital, like we were told. Technology runs through everything. When you want to move from education to production, technology runs through everything. When you want to engage the young ones, they already live and breathe on technology. Thank you so much, Prof. Now we want to confirm that the audience heard everything and that your mind has been activated for questions. Questions time from the audience. We have a hand at the back. Is there anybody giving around microphones? Can we hear him from there? Over there. Your name first.
Good afternoon to the panelists and my colleagues in the house. My name is Abdulatif Yusuf. I'm from Baybridge Infra Integrated Services. I'm a young developer. One of the panelists made mention of support. I have just two questions, please. With all these government fees and land acquisition costs, making it hard for young developers. So I wrote it down before where the question was going on. Hard for young developers to deliver affordable housing. My question goes thus. What specific policies or partnership can the government put in place to give we young developers access to service land as commercial rates? That's my first question. Why my second question goes thus. Can the government consider land allocation or PP schemes where young developers get land and pay back after sales instead of paying 100% upfront? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your questions. Yes. Thank you, sir, for volunteering.
Okay. It's a good question. I think if we say that the future belongs to the young, then we need to encourage young people. There was a speaker that came on yesterday that talked about how some countries in Africa are enabling startup companies to also get into the industry. And what she said also resonated with me because we need to start thinking about it slightly differently. She said they have different criteria for startups to access capital than established organizations. So there's a deliberate policy. I believe she was from South Africa. So there's a deliberate policy that says that if you're a startup, let's assume that your company is less than 5 years. They know that you don't have the collateral. They know that you do not have the requirement. It is almost like you want to hire someone who just finished from school, but you say you need 5 years experience. Automatically, you've excluded them. So it has to be deliberate to say that we want to have participants in this bracket and create programs that can enable them to also play in that space. So it's a deliberate attempt. They need to lower the bar, okay, but also safeguard the capital. So it's not a gift. You can't just come and say, I am now a developer, give me money because I am young. I think that would be looking at it wrongly. But for people who have potential, it's almost like you have angel investors these days, and they have startups coming to pitch their ideas almost on a monthly and a weekly basis. You need to show capacity. You need to show resilience. You need to show innovation, and you need to show your contribution. So my answer to that first part of your question would be, the younger people who are getting to the industry also need to step up and make it possible to qualify when such programs eventually, because it's a question of when, not if. There is no way that these African economies can grow in exclusion of the young people. So somehow we all have to concert our efforts in designing programs that lower some of the bars, that exclude that group, and make it possible for them to qualify if the criteria is clear. The second question is around, can government give land, in a concessionary way, or give payment after development? I believe there are programs already, that address that. There was a Redan program some years ago with some states where, you do PPP. I think that's what PPP is all about. If you do a PPP program, government doesn't require you to pay for land upfront, but you need to show that you have the ability to contribute your own capital or deliver your own value, and then everyone gets their value afterwards. So some states are already doing that. What we just need to do is probably publicize it more and allow more people to be able to come into that fold. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Does that answer your question? Thank you so much. Do we have another question? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenny Moses, and I'm the founder of Find a Realty Limited. We're based in Lagos. So having heard everything that the panel has said, amazing session. So I have a question. We are trying to do affordable housing or land sale for young people. But by the time we do the calculations of the amount to got the land and the amount to pay the government for the documentation, there is it's no longer affordable housing, because all these charges have come together. By the grace of God, I've been able to launch 4 estates in Lagos, Abeokuta, Ibadan. Yes, and we've sold out 2 estates and allocated amazing products. But I said, we want to do affordable housing. But at the time that we started selling, because of the documentation, you pay this, you pay that, the affordable housing, just like for some reasons, it was not really affordable for, for the young people. And like you said, sir, you said you mentored two guys that build houses in Surulere and Yaba, right? So how do we do it? How do young developers like me trying to scale in this business be able to stand and say, okay, we're doing affordable housing and everybody should be able to acquire it. Everybody should be able to own a piece of earth. Because at the end of the day, if we're on earth and we don't own a piece of it, I don't think there's a purpose of being on earth without owning a piece of it. So how can we, try to make housing very, very affordable for everyone, young people, 25, 24, 27, 29. I'm actually 29 years old, and I've been trying to say, okay, let's see how we can build these people. Let's see how we can build these things. Although most of our clients are young people, but then I feel like we need to do more. Maybe the government needs to help us regulate some things to reduce the prices, because, as growing Nigerians, we need really good support from the government. Thank you.
That's an amazing question, and I believe you also touched on it when you said the realities of that everybody may not be able to own a home, and maybe not at 27, but you should be able to have a decent home. But I will leave it open to any of the panelists who want to respond to that.
Well, thank you. That's a very good question, and I congratulate you for the initiative you are making. Because we cannot say Nigeria is difficult, things are not working, I will just fold your hands. That's not the best thing to do. Apart from government, what is missing in this country also is venture capitalists is not very much developed. Venture capitalists, angel investors, youth bank. In fact, youth bank was initiated by African Development Bank, where I worked for many years. But Nigeria is not always very much in a hurry to jump into something that is good like that. Because when they are interacting with development finance institutions, there is no greasing of palms. There is no sharing of money. So our government are not always very excited to jump at all of those things, special agricultural processes, youth bank. They will just go into cold because nothing serious will come out in terms of money. Otherwise, this initiative you have is not only government that can solve all these problems. If we have venture capitalists, compassionate individuals and companies that made up their mind that what they are going to be doing in their life is to be blessing the life of young people, the money you are looking for, a single institution can provide you with zero interest loan. Now, I'm not talking about Islamic banking that is not a zero interest loan. They are not telling us that zero banking something. It's not zero interest loan. They find a way to get interest and don't call it interest. They call it something else. I'm talking of real impact capital, that the essence is to bless those who need it. The youth need to be developed. So maybe you are lucky also, you can approach some individuals who can be able to help you. I have case as someone has done that before, that provided resources for the youth at a combination of grants and zero interest loan, which was able to execute a very good project. So we don't keep on trying. Maybe some of these things also can find their way to our sleeping house of our National Assembly. The two of them together, they are sleeping. They are not serious. So maybe some of these things can be packaged and be taken to them to discuss. Okay? To discuss some of these things and translate them into law and encourage people. There are a lot of compassionate people, individuals and institutions in Nigeria, but they need to be mobilized by a serious government so that they can put their resources into use for other people to make this country prosperous for everyone. So that just keep on moving. One of these days, you may catch it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. She also mentioned regulatory costs. I don't know if any of us want to make a comment on that. Thank you.
Yes, someone mentioned it along the line that government should not be seeing everything as a matter of generating revenue.
Yes.
It's also used to, they can calibrate this thing, they can make it work for certain categories of people in the society. We are not, all hands are not equal. See, all these are not the same thing. They should find a way of incentivizing certain categories of people, the disabled people, the women, the youth, all of those people. They should find a way of having special programs to make their life better. The money is there. I said it before. I said, count me out. When you are saying there is no money in Nigeria, the money is there, but we are not blessed. We are blessed with wasters, destiny wasters, people that don't want this country to move forward. That's the problem we have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I want to commend the young lady for what you are doing. On the issue of government intervention, my thinking is that I believe government should be able to encourage affordable housing. And what I mean is that, for instance, if you take your design or your concept to the planning authority. There should be a way that government will give waiver if your design meets the affordable design concept, so that that encourages more developers to want to go into developing affordable homes. And I also recall that in the 70s, the government made some regulation where any establishment that has, I think, over 50 employees were allocated land for the purpose of developing staff housing. I know Wemabot enjoyed it in those days. Government can as well also use that model to encourage, because once you take off the value of land, then you can manage the remaining cost to suit the pockets of your target market. But in reality, there is no affordable cement, there is no affordable steel, and there is no affordable building materials. So for you to achieve your target of affordability, you must as well look at your target segment. In my own opinion, I don't think you can deliver affordable homes for the formal sector in Nigeria. Reason being that the formal sector have taste, they have style, and they understand quality. While not saying that we should pay down on quality, if you must achieve affordable homes, you must focus on the informal sector. You must focus on the informal sector that do not mind to live outside the city and work from there. And what Wemabot is doing in this regard is that we have set up what we call Wemabot Training Institute, where part of the curriculum is to train artisans. Because another challenge of affordable housing delivery in Nigeria is lack of labor, lack of skills. So Wemabot is determined to begin to train artisans, and the medium-term objective of such is to now begin to get land in the suburb where we can pull artisans together, because they fall also under the informal sector, where we can pull them together for the purpose of building affordable homes for them. Affordable homes that are sizable, that are not too big, and having trained them, those themselves will now come together, giving discounts in terms of their labor for other corporators in that scheme. So such a thing is what we should be looking at if we actually want to achieve affordable. But focusing on formal sector, I see it very, very difficult for us to achieve, but I think it's achievable if our target market is the informal sector. Thank you.
Yes, Clef wants to give us a word on that.
Now, two things. You need to focus on large-scale production. Large scale. Now, you don't even really have to go to the outskirts of the city. If you do large-scale production, large scale, that has minimal footprint, and you go up, the thing is that in order to go up, though, you need to have the technology to go up. Okay? So it comes down to technology, and it comes down to large-scale production. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a comprehensive response. That's because you asked a very important question. Thank you for the question. Can we have more questions, please? The microphone is coming your way, sir.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Okay, my question to
your name, please.
Sorry, my name is Tochukwu from Optiva Capital Partners. Excellent. So my question is, I understand what is actually going, but I want to narrow it down to my the common masses. When we're talking about getting large scale housing, the affordability of the common man to actually pick up these units. Because if you check around Abuja, even in the least places of Abuja, you see that the common man doesn't have that finances to even get to the needs of these landlords. So what is these agencies or what is the government doing to regulate the affordability of residential apartments of the country? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, I mean, that goes to the core of what we have been talking about and some of the solutions that we have mentioned today. But the way I would like to look at it, you know, one of the panelists talk about, let's be real. Let's be real. If you earn 70,000 naira, 100,000 naira, I want to buy a house of 50 million. It's mission impossible. So we need to dimension the problem and be realistic in our expectations so that we don't set ourselves up for academic solutions. First and foremost, we need to look at what is housing. Housing is not the same thing as home ownership. We must distinguish that. Everybody needs a decent place to live. I will give the example of the people in the UK. They are tenants to their bank. Even though you have a system of owning the house over a period, you are paying every month like a tenant. And if we can design programs, everybody in this room came from a house. We all didn't sleep under the bridge, but we all don't own the homes that we live in. We all don't own it. So primarily, especially for the young people, because you need capital, you need to build your capital base before you can access ownership of capital products. Except we are thinking that maybe government will gift everybody houses, and that's not practical. So what we need to look at is we need to divide it into two segments. First and foremost, there need to be policies for accelerating mass housing, using technology, access to land, and financing policies that enable the supply side to continue to build rapidly. And some of those can be rental or investment properties. After we house our people, and people have access to housing, there needs to be an empowerment program that enable a lot of people to be able to enter the home ownership ladder. And that has to be a process that is well thought out and is well structured. So primarily, we need to start to look at homegrown solutions. It is true that the home ownership penetration in certain countries are very high, but a lot of those people in those countries are also high income earning. We are very low income earning in this part of the world, and that is one of the problems that make it difficult for people to be able to access acquisition of homes. There's no cheap cement, no cheap iron rod. Nobody's going to gift you the house for free because the cost is the cost. But we must make it possible for you to be able to access decent housing so that everybody can make sure that they have the security of shelter primarily. Then we gradually start solving the problem of ownership, which includes low interest mortgages, includes structural way in which house costs can be reduced, includes some of the things that we've talked about today. But primarily, my honest view is that we need to also start looking at the rental investment side of the equation as equally as we talk about home ownership. Thank you.
Go ahead, Prof.
Now, when I was giving the presentation, I showed the what is called Club Housing Cooperative at Oniru Estate. Club actually is the club is actually CLUB, okay, and the acronym is from Genesis, where it says, "Come, let us build." Come, let us build.
I like that.
Okay. So come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower It is scriptural. Now, you are saying what with government, you sounded so helpless, okay? Because the government is not, look, if the people simply have to take their destiny in their hands, that's where I stand. I have very little patience for people lamenting about government, this government. Take your destiny in your hands. It is scriptural. Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower. And the Lord God said, there is nothing that they propose to do that shall be impossible for them. It is scripture. Okay? Rather than being perplexed, look for people who are in the same situation as you. Stop being perplexed. Okay? Mobilize yourselves and take your destiny in your hands. And you'll find that when you do that, you are actually able to put pressure on government if you take your destiny into your hands. Okay? When you have people, groups of people, that it is easier to put pressure on government rather than as individuals. Come, let us build ourselves, whatever it is, whatever it is. Okay? Thank you.
Come, let us build. Club. I learned that today. Thank you, Prof. Does anybody else want to contribute?
Yes, thank you. I would also want to submit that it's common to say that the challenge of housing in Africa is availability of capital. But I respectfully want to differ a little. I believe trillions of millions of naira are available from the government, from private investors, from the pension funds. But the challenge really is that we do not have enough investable housing ecosystem. There is no free fund anywhere. Any investor will have his own requirements. So the challenge is, are we able to meet these requirements? Do we even have the knowledge of what the requirements are? For instance, in the recent time, Wema Board was able to raise bond because we understood what the requirements are and we went for it. So, for us as developers, as individuals, we should also focus energy on understanding the requirements of what it takes to attract or to access this capital, and be painstaking in ensuring that we work towards achieving those requirements. And I believe if we can even synergize. For instance, if your own strength as a company is in the area of design and you do not have the required collateral to be able to access funds, you can partner with another entity that has the collateral and you form that synergy and be able to move forward. The era of us working in silos may not solve the housing problem that we are facing. We must continue to collaborate with ourselves so that we can achieve our purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Collaboration and
that's another name for cooperative, right?
Yes, collaboration.
Synergy.
Synergy. And money is not emotional. That's what you have told us. It goes for either income or impact. So you have to structure your project to show impact or income. Money will respond to you. Thank you very much. And you can see the energy from the esteemed panel in answering the questions. Can we give them a round of applause? And we want one or two more questions. Can we get that? Oh, I have 4 already. Okay, please can they have the microphone? 2. The energy in the room is high. We love that. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Magnifique Butoto from USA. I work in real estate and development in the US. So I want to know here, is there any policy initiatives for investors to come here and invest here that we should know about?
Okay, it's a good question, especially for some of our audiences that are from outside of Nigeria. The short answer is yes. Nigeria actually has investment promotion agencies that are specifically created for that. And you know, the Nigeria Investment Promotion Agency is almost like a one-stop shop. If you want to invest in any sector in Nigeria, from real estate to agriculture to solid minerals to oil and gas, and they are well equipped to answer the question. Maybe what they are not doing very well is making themselves visible so that anybody who wants to invest in Nigeria can just go to the office and get all the information about our population, our GDP, our income distribution, and everything you need to know. So I think the first thing is just do a Google search for the Nigerian Investment Promotion Agency, and we can start it from there. In addition to that, there are incentives. I believe the government has put in a lot of incentives to attract FDIs and foreign investment into the country. In the past, we've had tax holidays, so the MTNs of this world came in under that regime where they had, I believe it was 5 years tax holiday. They have pioneer status in some industries. If you are pioneering in some industries and you are making impact and employing and hiring people, there are incentives for you. So yes, there's a lot that we can do together. And you know, I'll be very happy to also engage you after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another contribution? In addition to that, many subnationals, that is the states, the 36 states that make up the federation, also have their own investment development agencies. So it's either you're speaking with the federal or you're speaking with the subnationals. There's a lot to learn from them. Thank you very much. Question, you have asked a question before? Oh, it was you behind him. Okay, can you give him the microphone there? We'll take the gentleman at the back and then we'll wrap up the session. Your
Good afternoon,
name?
everyone. Good afternoon, panelists. My name is Emmanuel, representing White Lion Enterprise. So my question is, we know that, yes, for the matter of affordable housing, some upcoming development companies, real estate companies are coming up. But the question I want to ask is, are there any governing bodies that will put these real estate companies on check to make sure that they treat clients without bias? Because I'm speaking from experience, but I don't want to go into all of the details. And please, I want this to be clarified for the other person. Thank you, sirs.
Wow, that's a heavy one. Okay. Yes, let me take this question. Oh, okay. Let's take the next question, then we'll answer both of them at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Victor. I work with Fortune Limited in Abuja here, real estate company. So while we're talking about affordable housing, I think Prof came up with the concept of club, come let us build, and it's good. And the emphasis has been on let's keep government out of the equation and find a way to come as a community to work. But we've come to realize from experience that there is no way we can do anything housing without having the government involved. Because first, the allocation of the land has to come from government. The approval for prototypes has to come from government. And every other thing in between would definitely have to come from government. Sometimes the money is even available from those who come together to want to build. But we have certain bureaucracies around government parastatals that do not help us find the ground to proceed with what I want to do, because you must pay for this, you must pay for this, you must pay for this. And just like the young lady said, at the end of the day, the affordable housing is no longer affordable because all of the monies that has gone into settling this you have to definitely recoup those monies back. So how do we go about this without involving the government? Practically, how do we go about it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two chief executives sitting down, three actually, to help us navigate the government regulations. And then the first question we took was around government bodies to check the practices in the building practitioners. Who wants to go first?
Okay.
Yes, you can go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I'll start from the second question. I think nobody said today that you should exclude government. I did not hear that part of the panel. Nobody said exclude government. In fact, what we said was partner with government. We talked about PPP. We talked about government giving concessionary regime for taxes, making taxes an incentive as opposed to a cost. We talked about changing the mindset of government from revenue generation to impact making. All that has been said today to show you that government still plays a central role. So what we are only saying is let us start changing some of the narratives. We've been talking about government is not doing this, government is not doing that for too many years. Let's start changing some of the narratives to what can we also do within our own spheres of influence. And that is the only thing that I can see that has changed. Many years ago, there was a slogan, housing for all by the year 2000. Who can remember that? Then we saw Vision 2020. Who can remember that? These are slogans now. I believe that young people should be more woke. Let me use the, you should be more woke so that you don't deceive yourself into buying slogans that our generation bought and we did not do much with the opportunities that were in front of us. So I would say government is central in terms of creating policies, in terms of creating an enabling environment, in terms of using the fiscal tools and the financial regulatory tools to enable us in this room, that in the private sector, to catalyze the industry and make it successful. So it's collaboration, not exclusion. And to the gentleman about what do we do about bad actors, because some people have fallen prey. You need to do your due diligence. We have very credible developers on this panel. We have WEMA board, we have UPDC, we have Dr. Emmanuel here, who you can go to. The challenge that I see is that many people fall for get rich quick programs. Somebody tells you that a house costs 3 million in Maitama and you jump at it, you go and send your money. It's one chance. It's one chance. There is always an element of greed and deception because people always go for what seems too good to be true. And that is what lures people into traps. So my simple advice to you is do your due diligence. Involve experts. Make sure that before you part with any kobo of your hard-earned money, you do your homework. And if we do that, I think the cases will definitely reduce. Thank you.
Prof wants to speak.
Okay, now I keep referring to the club example because it was actually a research project. People talk about cooperative, and I believed in it, but I believed in demonstrating it. And what I did, actually, for the technology, I got a research grant from the University of Lagos. And then got 10 people to come together. Now, you said even land you have to get from government. No. In this case, they got the land from Oniru Estate Board because some people of those 10 knew the chairman of the Oniru Estate. whenever there was a problem from the planning approval people who come and try to get bribe and try to, somebody knows somebody in the ministry, some permanent secretary who knows, who can actually always direct any complaint to the permanent secretary in charge of. So by 10 people, there were all kinds of somebody knowing somebody, some people having some capacity. So it's about the synergy. By the time 10 people come together, there are all kinds of capacities, all kinds of knowledge. Otherwise, you by yourself, you are just running around in circle. 10 people. So you can imagine a cooperative of 20 people, a cooperative of 50 people. Okay? So it works. We demonstrated it at Real Estate. It works, and it works beautiful. Come, let us build ourselves. It is scripture. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Akinwumi.
Thank you. Well, I don't want to clear some doubts about what my brother over there is talking about. We are not saying here that government is irrelevant in the affordable housing delivery. I actually said it that without government support, affordable housing delivery is a mere rhetoric. It doesn't happen. I mentioned Rwanda, that the government of Rwanda, they subsidize land for the people. All these costs of CO2 and all of that is happening in Abuja here, in countries that are very serious about affordable housing. They even waive those costs for the youth, for certain category of people. It's not too expensive to get all these things done. And I did say that in Rwanda, in Kenya, they subsidize interest rate to make life easier for their people. And they also provide infrastructures to all those sites. Lastly, they use tax instruments to make life easy. They waive VAT, value added tax. In Nigeria, it is 7.5%. If 7.5% is taken away from the cost of building materials, it provides some succor to the people that are doing it. They do all of this without government support. There is nothing like affordable. I don't want to forget about it. But what we are saying is that while you are waiting, you are praying and fasting and waiting for a responsible government. For the time being, are you going to fold your arms? No. You start doing something. Your being here this week is part of investment into your life. Some people will wave it away. They say, what are they going to do? What are they doing there? You are not going there to waste your time. You have to learn to source for information. Information is key. Source for knowledge. Source for skills. You can't study business administration and just jump into the street and then you are building houses for people because you study business administration. What is business administration? Go and learn skills, some aspect of skills in construction. Go and learn it. Go and do a bricklaying. Go and do mason, all manners of things, to have some good knowledge about the construction industry. And then be a steward, be a servant first before you start building. Those are the things that can build you up until you have the capacity. And join a viable cooperative society, be a part of a whole, instead of struggling to use your peanut to become dump microwave attitude. Microwave, you put it there within 15 minutes, the food is ready. You know the side effect of using microwave. It's the same thing in real life situation. If you cannot do something that have a gradual process and you go from small to big, you can jump to your death if you are not careful. So you have to be very careful. So that's you have to know why government is real in affordable, but at the same time you can't fold your arm. You have to do things. You have to learn from people. You have to join cooperative. You have to do other things that can get you things and start small to grow big. Don't worry, you want to build 6-story building as your first project. Don't do that. Start small and grow big. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Because this is an international event, so it will not be too much for me to also emphasize that nobody has said that government is not a stakeholder or government should be eliminated from the schemes of things. You see, what most of us fail to do is what we call stakeholders identification and management. At the very foundation of any plan, any development plan, is the fact that you must be able to identify your stakeholders and set out strategies with which you manage each of them. How you manage stakeholder A will be different from stakeholder B, because of course you also need to do your influence mapping of all these stakeholders, which of them has the highest influence on the project or my proposal. Then you work out ways to tackle it. Doctor, one of the case studies that you taught us in Lagos Business School is the Shell versus Gogobiri, Shell in the Gogobiri land. Failure of Shell to identify a major stakeholder who happens to be an employee in Shell led to the closure of Shell in Gogobiri land for months. Unknown to them that employee was a prince of Gogobiri, and because he comes to the office, misbehaves, he gets drunk most of the time, they sacked him without recourse to the palace. So when they sacked him without recourse to the palace wrote to Shell, inviting them to come and explain why. So rather than Shell to see that letter as a letter to enable discussion, what Shell did was to write back, stating epistle on everything that the gentleman has done, until they were able to meet someone that now introduced them to the king. So when they got to the palace, the king said, yes, we know our son to be an irresponsible and troublesome person, but the letter we wrote to you was to invite you to come and discuss so that we can argue on how you can ease him out peacefully. And unknown to them, they never knew that that gentleman was the one making peace within the company, because every evening he would take all the workers to the village to buy pine wine for them and advise them to just cool down, to accommodate the company's excesses, and they never knew. But immediately they sacked him because they failed to do stakeholders identification and mapping. So in whatever business or development you want to do, identifying your stakeholders, and like I said, government will always be a major stakeholder. You always have cause to go back to the government for one thing or the other. But if you have planned ahead, you have identified which office you have to go, you would have been able to map out how you want to mitigate whatever risk that may come from there. So stakeholders identification. And for the gentleman that wants to understand if there are bodies that regulate the practice of developers, I know Real Estate Developers Association, REDA, is in place, and I know that in Lagos State we have the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Agency that also regulates the practices of developers. However, as individuals, we must open our eyes. Like Mr. Ojo said, my own principle in life generally is that I believe anything cheap is not good, and anything good is not cheap. An attempt to begin to look for cheap things, you find yourself in troubles. And that's also in negotiations. If you are negotiating to buy a land, see, the cost of this phone is known to majority of us. So when you see somebody coming to you to tell you, come and buy, I will sell this phone to you for 200,000 naira. Don't think he's a fool. There must be something behind it. So if you want to buy land and they are giving you a price that is ridiculously low, then watch out. So stakeholders identification, getting your information, doing your due diligence as advice will save us the headache of running into troubles. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic session. I don't know who has noticed, but all the questions came from the young people. So in closing the session, I will go one by one and you give a word that the young person will remember when he goes out from this session as a takeaway that will move us from only conversations to commitments and actions. Come, let us build. One sentence from my esteemed panel members. Mr. Joe.
Okay, my one word will be positive. Be positive. Enough of online ranting, enough of complaining. You can do a lot. Be positive. Thank you.
Prof.
Actually, yes, I noticed that it's mostly young people that I now left. And I felt very comfortable about that because really, you are the ones to drive this change that we're talking about. Really, not those of us here. Okay? Those of us with experience can guide you if you. I mean, our experience is not something that you just discard. But this matter, it is you that is going to drive this. And I really feel encouraged that so many of you have stayed behind. You know, I really feel encouraged.
This applause is for the youth. Thank you, Doc. Your last word for the youth.
I will advise that you should seek for information and skills development. Don't give up. In our own lifetime, we have Nigeria that we really want. Thank you.
Mr. Ladin.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm also a young man. Yes, because I've tried to think of what's the definition of being young. And I found that it has to do with the mind. So what I will advise the young ones here is to continue to develop growth mindsets as against fixed mindsets. If you have a growth mindset, you realize that anything you can think, you can do. So let's go out from here to begin to think and to begin to do it. Thank you very much.
A standing ovation for the elders on the stage.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That was indeed a very insightful session. Please, another round of applause for our panelists as they try to take a picture, a group photograph, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard from the podium and the panelists, the people we're talking about right now, from the moderator, Mrs. Nkiru Arom, and also Mr. Odunayo Ojo. Please, let's have a proper arrangement like before, because I think I like the fact that we're having good pictures, really good pictures. Photographers, are you getting what you need? Perfect. All right, we had a lot of information from Professor Olumide Olusanya, and we also heard from the very vibrant and passionate Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, and also the CEO, or rather the MD WEMA board in the person of Bashir Oladuni. Please, indeed, this has been a very interesting session. Please, a round of applause as they go back to their seats. Thank you. I'll do a quick recap on their final statements, which indeed I want to reiterate for us to note, not to forget. And I'm going to see if I can make it into a statement. He said, be positive. Enough of complaining. It is in you to drive the vision you want to see. We should also try and make sure we seek for information. Don't give up. Develop a growth mindset. What you can think, you can do. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. You have been phenomenal indeed. With the questions and all of it, thank you very much. You've been very interesting listeners today. Moving forward, we're going to listen to. I made a quick announcement, I think it was yesterday or the day before that, about the Innovation Hub, right? That this conference doesn't just capture what is going on here. There are other halls, and we would like to feature some highlights from the Innovation Hub. Indeed, a lot of good things were happening, and we will not leave that out at all. We will not. So moving on to what was happening or what has been happening at the Innovation Hub, we'll be inviting Dr. Taufik Olatinwo, please. He's the CEO of Harmony Worldwide Incorporated, Canada. Please put your hands together as we're having up stage to give us a highlight of what was happening at the Innovation Hub for young professionals as well. Please, another round of applause. We have young people. All right, keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Taufik Kola Olatinwo. So at the point of starting the AIHS, the 20th anniversary, Mr. Festus Adibayo, the CEO of AIHS, approached me and he invited me to be one of the organizers of this show. And in my mind, I was saying, so what's going to be different from the other shows that we've been having for AIHS? Is it going to be a talk show and just purely exhibitions and things like that? And he said, no, this time, because we're marking 20th anniversary, he would like to also have a session or perhaps sessions for young professionals and innovators. So at that point, I said, okay, no, that sounds very cool, because I also started Harmony Innovation Hub about 10 years ago. And thereafter, I've helped my community to also set up their innovation hub. So that was something that I looked at, and I'm really very passionate about it, because I know the future is for youth. And I've listened to the last session where we have all the young people asking questions, and that shows that they are really the young people are very vibrant, and we should provide a platform for them to go forward. So we put together the list of all the innovators, that's the young innovators, as well as the young professionals. And just before I move on, I would like to recognize the presence of TPL Dr. David Olawale, who was the hub manager for this week. Very instrumental to the success of these program this week, and we're going to continue working together, I believe. I also had Richard Imogene. I don't know if he's in the hall, but Richard, another young, vibrant young man, came and he supported us all through. So what has been the highlight from the activities of this week? We had 10 young innovators that participated throughout the program, right from Monday up till today. And we had about 50 young professionals that joined us for the program. And in terms of the demography, we've got architects, we had town planners, we had civil engineers, we have software developers, we have estate surveyors and valuers, and all across board. So very beautiful platform. We had young men and young ladies, all of them working together very closely. And one of the things we were able to achieve, we merged the young professionals together with the innovators. And then they started mentoring and coaching one another in the activities. Very unexpected, within like 2-3 days, they started forming. If you know the stages of team formation, you form the team, Then they start storming, then they start norming, and they start performing. I can tell very quickly we passed through the 4 stages within this 1 week. And at the end, all the solutions that they brought to the table are speaking to all the kind of problems and challenges that we've been talking about at this conference. Now, the vision for the Innovation Hub, which is going to be a combination of the innovators as well as the young professionals, would be for us to continue with this. So with this time, we have 10 innovators and 50 young professionals. By next year, we're looking forward to having about at least 50 innovators that are scaling up their solution into the industry, into the market. And we're going to have young professionals that are becoming entrepreneurs. And this, by year 5, they're going to take this center stage such that they'll be the ones in the main hall and the exhibitors will be outside. And that's going to be the goal, because the platform that AIHS is providing is for these young entrepreneurs to keep scaling up, to keep growing. And from what we've seen, it's something that is doable in Nigeria. So for the young innovators, please keep doing your good work, keep scaling up your products, and keep being there in the industry. And for the young entrepreneur, for the young professionals, I would like to encourage you to start building your solutions to become products in the market. And to AIHS, it's really very great. I like your vision, your passion, and being there for the youth and providing the platform. So thank you, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That's just to give you an update of what we've achieved within the last 1 week. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. He's the CEO of Harmony Worldwide Incorporated, all the way from Canada. Thank you very, very much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like you to note that so far from Tuesday, right? Tuesday, it has been a time of information back to back. I would have done a question session, but I want us to look at the screen as we will be doing some watching a video. I don't know if the technical team is ready with the video yet. Thank you for that thumbs up. Great one. So let's have the video ASAP. Thank you. Please, eyes on the screen.
Africa is right. Highlights investment opportunity. Africa is rising across the continent. Skylines are changing. Cities are expanding. Communities are evolving. But behind every movement, there is always a vision. A vision bold enough to imagine possibilities long before others could see them. More than 2 decades ago, one man recognized the urgent need for a platform that would bring together governments, investors, developers, professionals, innovators, and policymakers to address Africa's growing housing and infrastructure realities. That vision became the Africa International Housing Show, and that vision was driven by Barrister Festus Adebayo.
I came up with the idea of Africa International Housing Show when I discovered that there is need to have a continental platform where stakeholders can come together. Stakeholders of different backgrounds come together to provide solutions. Not that when I started, there were no other platform. There were other platforms. But I found that they were parochial. They were focusing more or less on Nigeria alone. So, and I felt there's need to have a platform where people can come from other countries to network from other countries. So I have a vision. My vision was to create a continental platform where people can gather, where there's high level of neutrality. You know, when we discovered that if this one is an architect, the other guy, they don't want to attend the program because the person there is an architect. By the way, I am a neutral person who emerged from a different background. Whereas my objective is being somebody that is not a professional from the sector, I will maintain a high level of neutrality, and therefore it will be a platform where I bring all of them together, and I will ensure there's high level of objectivity, and that helped me.
What began as an idea would grow into Africa's foremost housing and construction platform. Through persistence, through consistency, through unwavering commitment. AIHS evolved from a local initiative into an internationally recognized platform, shaping conversations around housing, urban development, investment, and infrastructure across Africa.
Africa International Housing Show has created history. An organization that started modestly as a local institution has become an international pride for the country Nigeria. There is no show in Nigeria, especially in this sector, that we can compare. Not in Nigeria, in Africa, we can compare with the African International Housing Show.
The African Housing Show has been impactful in my life personally because I got to meet a lot of people. It has given visibility as an individual and also as a business. It has tremendously transformed my business because I met industry colleagues that has propelled my knowledge about real estate.
Way back, say 11 years ago, it was pretty small and perhaps at the scale of national level. But what we've seen today is something at the international level. We have people coming from all over the world. And also the coverage is in across the entire housing value chain. So we have more construction companies joining. We have the people in the housing finance ecosystem. We have the real estate developers. And we've got quite a lot of even researchers.
For 20 remarkable years, AIHS has done more than host conferences. It has connected nations, inspired policies, promoted innovation, encouraged partnerships, and amplified the urgent talks around housing development in Africa.
The whole essence of AIHS has been to promote housing in quantity, in quality, because it is not only that Nigerians, Africans lack houses in their numerical quantities, but also in the quality of housing.
You know, this platform that bringing professionals to a large extent is trying to solve that. So we really give it to Barrister Festus Adebayo, the convener of the African International Housing Show. And it's really, really interesting. When you talk to him, you see the passion, you see the advocacy through housing, through ensuring that, you know, housing is done the right way. So for me, that's one thing that attracted us to the African International Housing Show.
If you look at MTM today, it's still advertising. So it's an opportunity that he gives most of the developers to come forward and advertise their product. And I have been part of this, I benefited much part of these opportunities that were given to us.
AIHS became a platform where vision meets opportunity. Beyond conferences and exhibitions, the vision expanded further through media, storytelling, and advocacy. Through Housing TV Africa, the deliberations reached homes, industries, institutions, and audiences across the continent. Because development must not only be built, it must also be told. Vision is not merely about seeing the future, it is about having the courage to build it. For Barrister Festus Adebayo, AIHS was never just an event. It was a commitment to progress, a platform for transformation, a belief that Africa deserves sustainable housing, stronger infrastructure, and better urban futures. And for 20 years, that belief never stopped growing.
Through the years, AIHS has facilitated engagements between governments and investors, showcased innovative housing solutions, and elevated discussions around affordable housing, mortgage financing, urban development, The event, I would proudly say, has contributed significantly to shaping housing narratives across Africa. And at Housing TV Africa, we are proud of these achievements, serving as a dedicated voice for the housing, construction, and real estate sectors. As the official broadcaster of AIHS, of course, our responsibility goes beyond covering events. We amplify critical conversations, showcase innovations, highlight investment opportunities, and provide continuous advocacy, responsible journalism, storytelling. Our role and goal, is to ensure that housing issues remain part of public discourse throughout the year.
It is the African Housing Show exhibition that actually brought us to limelight when we came in the first year, and then we had the opportunity to be exposed to the numerous participants and exhibitors. We began to notice a lot of improvement in the patronage, in the customers, and even the people who kept on calling us. From that 5 years ago, some of them have become very good customers of us. So I can say the company has lived to its promise of delivering value, expanding participant horizon, and ensuring that every year you get more value.
I can confidently say that what Barrister Festus Adebayo is doing is awesome, and it's one of a kind, because I see a lot of companies every edition, and there's been great impact in sales, in networking, in connections that are made during the event.
African International Housing Show is at its 20th edition, and a lot of messages and a lot of impact have been made. But more impactful for some of us who are there at the inception and who have followed all the way through is that it showcases what innovation, resiliency, and focus can bring about, whether it is in any business or it's in any organization. One of the things that we have come to appreciate is the fact that one man, Barrister Festus Adebayo, had a vision, believed in the vision, was willing to suffer for the vision, was willing to humble himself and learn from the mighty hands in the industry, was willing to serve people, and over the years was willing to build an army of willing partners who were inspired by his doggedness, inspired by his vision, inspired by his humility, inspired by his sacrificial devotion to assisting institutions, people, organizations, government officials to succeed. So that his focus is not about what is in it for him, but what can he make as way of impact. So some of us are not surprised, having seen the trajectory over the years, to see that the impact he's creating came as a result of all these values which are adumbrated.
As Africa continues to grow, the need for innovation, collaboration, and sustainable development becomes even more important. The journey continues. New ideas, new partnerships, new possibilities, and the vision that started years ago still inspires the future being built today.
The Africa International Housing Show, I see being all over Africa, as the name suggests, and I think it's great to be at the very first show of this new nomenclature, and we hope to be traveling around Africa together with the show.
Africa International Housing Show will take inspiration from Abuja International Housing Show that has grown over the years. So I'm expecting that over the years, it will spread its influence beyond Nigeria to capture other nations.
The knowledge and networks gained through Africa International Housing Show has helped our organization strengthen strategic partnerships, align with national and international housing priorities, identifying new policy opportunities for collaboration and also makes more informed decisions in delivering sustainable housing solutions for our company. AIHS has demonstrated remarkable consistency and resilience over the past 20 years. I value being part of a platform that is genuinely committed to addressing one of Africa's most pressing challenges, housing deficit. And I commend the AIHS on reaching this important milestone.
The opportunities that I've gained through AIHS are numerous. Honestly, I cannot count. Personally, as a person, I have been able to get good and affordable land at Jedo Estate. It was through AIHS that I had that opportunity. It was affordable and it was a prime location.
As an individual, I think the show is going from strength to strength. I remember the first time I attended, but there is so much improvement. I will give kudos to the organizers, and I will also say something positive that is happening to Africa, because it's bringing us together, it's bringing professionals, investors, and industrialists in Africa together, and we are there. It's good for networking.
For 20 years, the Africa International Housing Show has remained more than a conference. It became a movement, a platform, a vision, a legacy. And behind the legacy stands a man who believed Africa could build better, Barrister Festus Adebayo.
If we don't kill the problem of trust in the real estate sector in the next 5 years, that problem of trust will kill the sector. So I would like to leave for the next generation a sector that is respected because of credibility, because of trust. And that is areas I'll be preaching to the young generation who are preparing to take over. And I will also have to call on the leaders in the sector to join in raising the next generation of leaders in the sector. Not just leaders, credible leaders, whose voice are respected, who can bring a lot of resources to the country, but the diaspora, because of credibility, because of transparency, because of the trust.
Building Africa, inspiring the future.
Thank you very, very much. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want you, because everybody's sitting very quiet, I want you to put your hands together for yourself, but I'm going to teach you how you do this, because nobody else will be able to do it for you like you will do it for yourself. So you're going to do this. When I say rub it, you do like this. Give it. Do you understand? Is it clear? Is it clear? It's for yourself, it's not for me. All right, are you ready to rub it? All right, rub it. It's not loud enough. Rub it. Give it. Nice one. Thank you very, very much. You have been phenomenal. To round off today, please put your hands together. Okay, should we rub it? No, you're rubbing it for yourself. Now, you're going to put your hands together for Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi to round off fully. Put your hands together. Keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming.
Thank you very much. So far, so good. I'm very impressed that at least we still have a couple of people sitting here at this time of the day. I believe we have learned a lot. So on behalf of the board of AIHS, I thank God for making it possible for us to get to this stage. It's not automatic that everything that has a start has a positive end. It's not automatic. And see the large crowd that has been here in the last few days. No casualty. No one was rushed to hospital. no one slumped and passed away. So we can't take it for granted. We really thank God for his mercy and protection over every one of us. At this time, I thank you, all the people that have already been here and have left. I'm not a protocol person, so I'm not going to be mentioning the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and all of that. That's not my role this evening. My role is just to thank everyone, including the President that sent a representative to attend this event, all the distinguished friends, colleagues, professionals, ministers, captains of industries, politicians that were here. I also thank you guys for being here. And I can assure you that we have learned a lot, especially the youth. I saw some of them taking notes and taking photos and all of that. It's part of the learning process. And this is technically the end of the program in terms of conferences. Tomorrow, I think we have a networking event and so on, which is not something that every one of us will attend to. So I also thank members of the board, both board members that are here and those that are not here. I can't forget to mention Barrister Festus for putting this together in the last 20 years. It's not easy. It's so easy to get discouraged or get distracted along the way. You stick to it regardless of the distractions and disappointing challenges and so on. So looking at 20 years from now, we rely on God that all of us will be alive, hale and healthy. I believe by 20 years I will still be looking the way I am looking. Why are you laughing? I met someone here, was my colleague in when I was AGM of Federal Mortgage Finance some 30-something years ago. He said, "Okay, you have not changed much." That's why I'm saying confidently that 20 years time, I will still look like this. You will not see any white hair on this hair. Everything will look black and yummy. So, and just committing every one of us to the hands of Almighty God, that we will continue to have cause to have time to learn. We have time to interact. We have time to do business. And as we do that, we continue to make progress and make this country a better place to be. We will not be complaining. We will not be throwing stones, but we continue to make our voice relevant to the affairs of this country. This is a very beautiful country. And I say it once again, that in our lifetime, this country will be a country of our dreams. In Jesus' name, inshallah. So we shall be breaking now. We are breaking for good before we go. That CLUB that was mentioned, I want us to mention it 3 times before I step out. That will be our national anthem as I'm stepping out of here. CLUB. What does that mean? Come, let us build. CLUB. What does that mean? Come, let us build. CLUB. What does that mean? Come, let us build. On this note, I wish every one of us coming from far and near a safe journey to our various destinations. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Please, this is to let you know that tomorrow continues. We're done with the conferences, but we have exhibitions, we have networking sessions, which I advise that each and every one of us take advantage of so that we can gain as much as we can. If you were watching the video, you must have listened or heard the part where she said a lot of businesses have sprung up with more sales and the likes, even from this conference. So let's come around tomorrow and make sure we're networking, we're having conversations that are moving forward everything that has been talked about today, so that we can actually begin to see the housing that we have so talked about. So the best is, don't just go home and sit, right? Come around tomorrow, meet 1 or 2 people that can actually help to facilitate all of the dreams in your mind and make sure we're bringing to the fore the solutions we actually want to see. Please, you have been phenomenal. Please put your hands together for yourself. Oh, time. It starts from 9. From 9:10, we'll continue through to 12. All right, so you have quite a number of time. Go around, look at the booths, have conversations. You might just be meeting someone that can solve your problem for next 10 years. You don't even know how the conversation will be. I usually like to say that at every event, you are one person away from the actual person you need to meet. So in other words, networking is very important. You might just be sitting beside the person that knows the president and you really need to pitch one or two things, but you did not speak to that person. So you can imagine, come around tomorrow, let's network, let's have conversations, moving us forward. Thank you. That's all from me. My name is Queen Rita. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
How did they remove it now?
Welcome to the future of housing in Africa. From vision to reality. From ideas to investment. From Africa to the world. Africa International Housing Show. Building dreams, making future so. Africa